the premier online speed chess tournament. Can you keep up?
Oh, he put it made! We need 3!
It's crazy.
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format.
Dominant display. One of the best SCC performances that I have ever seen.
In 7 years, dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He's already over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King?
Oh, he mouse slipped!
Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another epic semi-final of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, as Hikaru Nakamura, the 5-time SCC champion, takes on the Frenchman with 2 names? No, 3 names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Well, International Master Kasa Corley has 2 names, and he is my co-host today. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Kasa, good afternoon to you. I can't wait. Can you?
Danya, pleasure to be with you today. It's just going to be an incredible matchup. And yeah, we have 2 titans of chess basically going at it at multiple time controls. What's not to like?
What's not to like, indeed. I think the only proper way to set the tone, if you're a viewer, is to watch the Game of Thrones opening credits scene. So epic is this match, which will begin at 12 noon Eastern time. Yes, that is 8 minutes from now, as Hikaru will take on MVL to determine who qualifies to the final and challenges Magnus Carlsen. Kasa, speaking of Magnus Carlsen, he more than took care of business yesterday with a 15-point spread against Wesley So. Crazy.
Yeah, it was nearing adoption territory yesterday, and when Magnus just has that flow and he's motivated, it's just extremely dangerous. But we shouldn't discount what Hikaru has done along this journey as well, because I can even recall in his first match against Yu Yangi putting up incredible fight and still trailing, and that's what it seems like when Nakamura's in great form. So he had a dominant performance against Caruana. There was some trickiness in the 5+1 segment, and once that was navigated, it was a wash after that. So really interesting to see what happens today.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is for the 2 of them to play. Now, I mentioned that Hikaru has won the SCC 5 times. He's won it 5 times in a row, starting from 2018. That was a very different looking Magnus Carlsen in 2016 and 2017. After that, it was all Hikaru, and look at the people that he beat in the final. We are playing a rematch from the 2020 final today. Last year, that was one of the most famous online matches of all time, as he defeats Magnus Carlsen by 1 point. Kasa, this year promises to be perhaps even more epic.
Yeah, no question. And look, we've had 2 guys essentially have a stranglehold on the SCC, but MVL is one of the guys that's actually made the final. He's beaten Carlsen to make the final before, and so he's no stranger to actually a really significant upset, and that might be the case today. So that's why we're all watching.
Indeed, we are. Well, Hikaru Nakamura, we were watching his previous match against Fabiano Caruana very carefully, and it was worth a serious watch because Hikaru put in a vintage Hikaru performance, a wire-to-wire victory across all-time formats. It started off pretty close, but as he's done so many times in the past, Hikaru ran away with it in the 3-minute portion.
Yeah, and again, he is so dominant the faster the time control gets, and that was a theme in the previous match. You know, Fabi would play objectively really good chess, but when the time scrambles came to the fore, we were commentating that match together. You know, stuff happens. And so that's going to be the question. How does MVL navigate those time scrambles that Hikaru does so well in?
I mean, you can't sugarcoat it when you're playing Hikaru Nakamura. You, no matter how you slice it, you're going to have to put in one of the performances of your life if you even want to stay in the match. Average accuracy was pretty high for both Nakamura and Caruana. But when you can keep those blunders down, Kasa, to single digits, that's what makes you such a scary opponent. And that is the commonality between Carlsen's matches and Hikaru's matches this year in the SCC. Single-digit blunders.
Yeah, and again, it's really basically even when the time control quickens to still make steady moves that keep the game going, asking important questions, and that really is going to be the test. Now, Magnus actually said yesterday that he feels that Maxim's chance really is going to come down to how well he uses the white pieces, how well he's able to put pressure on Naka early. And do you agree with that, Danya, or do you think there's other things to this match too?
I completely agree. I think if we take all of the SCC matches for this one, openings might actually be the deciding factor in determining whether MVL has a serious chance to stay in the match, by his own admission, but also based on MVL's match against Nihal Sarin, which propelled him to the semifinals. This was one of the most impressive displays of the SCC thus far, Casa. I think you'll co-sign that point. It wasn't just the fact that Maxim defeated Nihal, it was the way that he did it. After an early deficit, he never looked back. He wins all three sections with clean, crisp, tactically proficient chess, and Nihal really never stood a chance, which we don't say very often.
Yeah, and I think at some point in that match, if I'm not mistaken, MVL was leading each segment 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, which was like really unusual and just kind of underscored the dominance. And yeah, MVL is someone who really does play reasonably, really as the time control quickens. He's not someone that I feel like is going to have as much of a struggle in the 3+1 and the 1+1 because he's done it before. So that's going to be interesting for me to see.
Yeah, and to bring it back to openings, MVO was constantly able to steer the game in the direction that made him comfortable. With white, he was getting sharp positions. With black, against Nihal's London system and Queen's Gambit, he was getting precisely the kind of solid position in which he understands the ideas. Can he repeat that against Hikaru Nakamura in this match? Well, speaking of repeats, this match is a repeat of their SCC final in 2020. Feels like eons ago, but that was only a couple of years back. A convincing victory by Hikaru Nakamura. Casa, where in this graphic will MVL have to kind of counteract the narrative and depart from the arc of their match in 2020?
Yeah, folks, this isn't rocket science. The 8-3 advantage for Nakamura in the 1+1 told the story, and that is going to be essentially the adjustment where the game is won or lost, essentially. So we'll see if MVL does have some good adjustments today. I also want to point out that MVL is someone that, we traditionally know as this Grunfeld player, and in recent years, he's really deviated quite a bit, particularly in online controls. So for me, it's like, is he going to have some Queen's Gambit acceptance today, some Slavs? He's really messed around with a lot of different setups, and I think that's going to be key in this match.
It most certainly will be. Well, speaking of keys to the match, we want to take a look at our Deloitte Game Analytics. We're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as the official data insights partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the Chess.com mission to grow the game and the sport of chess. Let's dive in to page 1. Take a look at the details behind this match. Obviously, Hikaru has the higher Chess.com Blitz rating. He is nearing 3,300. And look at those massive, massive head-to-head scores, Casa.
Yeah, Nakamura is killing it in the Blitz and in the Bullet. And I also want to point out here, chess is a game where, you can sustain and, really improve even in your 30s. I mean, these guys are no spring chickens anymore, but still incredibly effective. So just something to note for all these folks out there that, are like, oh, I don't know if I can improve in my chess. I'm too old. These guys are showing the way.
They're getting older, but they're getting better. I saw Hikaru played some 30-second chess yesterday and acquitted himself incredibly well. So they still definitely got the speed, does Hikaru Nakamura. And MVL will have to show a lot of speed today, particularly in the Bullet, because even if you beat Hikaru in the first two segments, he is capable of making up what seems like an indefinite number of points in that final half hour. Let's take a look at our second page of our Deloitte Game Analytics. Hikaru does have the much higher win percentage, 47.7, as well as the higher overall SCC experience. But Casa, these are two of the most experienced SCC players that we have.
Yeah, no question. And again, MVL, the rating disparity here between MVL and Nakamura is not truly. I think it's the gulf is a little bit larger on paper than it'll be in this match. MVL is an incredibly worthy opponent, and he's just a beast in his own right. So For me, I think it's going to be closer than our analytics might suggest.
I agree, Casa. I think MVL's form, if he can show the same form as he did against Nihal, this promises to be an epic match. But we thought that about yesterday's match between Carlsen and So. You just never know how these SCC matches go until you actually watch them. Well, one individual who thinks that they know how the SCC match is going to go is Smarter Chess. And before the games begin, let's take a quick look at what Smarter Chess thinks is going to happen in this match. Smarter Chess believes that it's going to be relatively close, but still a pretty stable victory for Hikaru Nakamura. Only a 1-point spread in the bullet predicted, and he thinks that MVL is going to be good enough in the 3+1 portion.
Yeah, I think the key for me is really going to be how MVL starts in the 5+1 portion. I think the key against Naka in a lot of these matches is essentially putting him under pressure early so that it feels like he has to do work late. If it's even or, Naka has an edge going to the bullet, I think he's going to feel very good about himself.
He definitely is. I agree. I think Hikaru's probably fine with the tied score going into the bullet. Whatever happens, MVL has to avoid the fate that met Wesley So yesterday. If you jump out and dig yourself into a 3-4 point deficit through the first 90 minutes, Magnus and Hikaru, I think, are the only two players who can essentially guarantee a situation where you won't be able to come back, as MVL makes his final mental preparations for this epic semifinal. Folks, we are glad you're here. Hikaru Nakamura and Maxima Shelagrov are about to take off in an incredible 3 hours of action, Casa. This is amazing. Are your seatbelts fastened?
Oh, yeah, let's get this show on the road. This is just appointment viewing, folks. Appointment viewing.
Appointment viewing. I like it. And I just love that we have courtside seats. Obviously, we'll determine a lot in the first couple of games of this match, right? What kinds of openings are we going to see? What kind of Hikaru Nakamura are we going to see? The one who plays 1A3? Will he dare to do that against one of the top opening players of all time? Casa, something tells me we're going to see more conventional opening choices from Nakamura, maybe one knight F3. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd suspect, knight F3, B3 to feature quite a bit. Also, knight F3, E3. I think those pet systems of Naka seem to feature quite a bit. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a few anti-Grunfeld just to see, surprise. I think we have something totally different.
Yes, knight C3. Now, I've heard this referred to as the Van Geet opening, and this is the kind of opening, Casa, that often transposes by force into a different opening. So I think chess players and chess commentators say that it doesn't have a lot of independent value. Like if white takes on F6 and plays D4, then we're just going to get a Caro-Kann Tartakower structure.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, we basically have transposed to Caro-Kann. I always thought that D4 maybe be a little bit more challenging than D takes E4. Now after knight G3, H5 does feature in quite a bit of these positions if the retreat's a bit premature. I'm surprised Naka didn't go for that Tartakower structure, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. Otherwise, maybe he might consider putting the bishop on the long diagonal, but okay, he goes for C5. So my question is, where's that light squared bishop going to go on C8?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll tell you, not F5. Maybe he'll bring it out to G4 and try to provoke some sort of weakening F3 move. Now, compared to the Caro-Kann, we've kind of deviated, right? In the Caro, black would have had a pawn on C6 and white would have had a pawn on D4. MVL trying to exploit the situation by bringing his pawn to C5 in one fell swoop and kind of making it difficult for white to liberate himself in the center. Eventually, I think MVL will continue to clamp down on this D4 square with knight C6 and potentially even a trade on F3.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly to me, MVL opts for sort of a Grunfeld style setup by fianchetting his dark squared bishop. And yeah, I think he's already equalized. Has basically warded off white's pawn break with D4. So I think he could be quite pleased with the early developments. And already we potentially have some knight takes E2 ideas. Although, to be honest, I think white's control of E5 is what this position essentially is going to revolve around rather than the bishop pair in this instance, even though I do have that bias, Danya.
No, I agree. I think if Hikaru keeps the tension with a move like Rook E1, which he doesn't, MVL might have kept that knight on D4. Instead, we have a bit of a transformation, a trade on D4. Maxime brings his queen out to B6. Obviously, has to make sure that this pawn is well supervised. He could play E7, E5, but Hikaru trying to prevent that and keep this pawn as an eminently attackable target.
Yeah, I think basically what's going to come down to is whether the c2 pawn is more of a target or the d4 pawn is more of a target. I recognize e7 is hanging, and I anticipate that'll be covered, but essentially black has this half-open file in the c file, and will we see, I was going to even suggest, if the queen ever leaves b6, leaves the protection of that bishop on e6, we might have a rook takes e6 sighting, so stay tuned for that.
Okasa, you're the exchange sacrifice master, and that is not a far-fetched reality. Rook takes c6 would completely shatter black's kingside pawn structure. It would offer white targets on the e-file. So I actually think this b6 square is, prime real estate. It's like views of Central Park for the black queen. Now, though, the knight is swinging around to f4, and MVL might actually want to sacrifice that e7 pawn, because Kasa, allowing knight takes e6 is out of the question. I think we're going to see bishop f5, and I don't think it's possible to take because of queen to d6, forking the knight and the rook.
Yeah, really nasty tactics there. And again, that c2 pawn does present as a target in a few moves. So if the bishop does go to f5, you'll see rook a8 shortly thereafter, and black starts to, loosen the screws a little bit on white's queenside.
I think that's a great way to put it, and I think Hikaru might have overlooked rook takes c7, queen d6. That's a critical detail. That means black garners himself a tempo that he can use either, as you pointed out, for rook a8, or a move like queen to c7 is also threatened. That knight on f4 is, I think, a lot more of a vulnerability than it is a strength, because it just doesn't have access to any important squares in the center. It doesn't have any purchase. I think we might see something on the drastic side by Hikaru, maybe some sort of c4.
Yeah, excellent point. And the thing is, you might say, why won't white just play something like d3? Well, essentially then the c2 pawn will be backward, the c3 square will be soft, and again, the knight on f4 is not ideally placed. You might see, a remaneuvering of like e2 to g3, but that takes time. So black does indeed have a slight advantage here.
Yeah, and it's hard for white to find a move. It's not like white's position is fundamentally unsound, but the presence of this weakness on c2 and white's lack of space, and the fact that the knight on f4 lacks the protection of a pawn, all of those factors put together make Hikaru's position very difficult to play in the early going. Now, Kasa, we commentated the Hikaru-Fabi match, and we saw so many situations where Fabi had this type of position, a time advantage, and then both of those things evaporate in the span of a couple moves. A big question is whether MVL can keep his foot on the gas pedal, and so far he's doing a great job of it.
Have you just seen this move, g4, and then g takes f5? Wow, what a sequence. Essentially shattering the king side, Nakamura did, to essentially get rid of that bishop with tempo. And he's arguing here that maybe the bishop pair will compensate in the long run. Essentially, black has the short-term assets, though, which are safer king and pressure on the white king side. Essentially, if the queens come off the board, if we just imagine the queens come off the board, white might start to have some nice long-term prospects, but that's far from a reality here. So very, very dangerous position, very dodgy position, honestly. Knight g4 looks eminent.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think a lot of newer players would play rook b8 automatically, and that's not, rook b8 is not a terrible move, but white could bring the queen up and try to make that queen trade a reality. After knight g4, white also will play queen f3. Okay, MVL goes for it. I think what he was calculating is queen f3, queen takes d2, and we've got a very messy position, but to me it looks like white gets the shorter end of the stick, because obviously Hikaru's king is much, much weaker than its counterpart, and with white's pieces kind of scattered throughout the board, that might come in very, very handy for black, like a well-timed check on g5, or maybe some sort of knight sally to g4. Things do look very scary here for Nakamura.
Yeah, and don't be surprised here if there's a rook lift along the fifth rank. Rook b5 to g5 might present itself in short order. And essentially, you're going to have some problems with this king on the open g line. So really tough spot for white, and I'm wondering what the best course of action is. Perhaps queen f3 anyway, and just kind of essentially pressing onward. As rook takes e7 looks extremely fishy and just probably bad. So maybe dropping the bishop back to g2. It all seems very far-fetched.
He's also got 46 seconds. I mean, we don't say this often, but Hikaru down 2 minutes on the clock in this first game. Queen f3 on the board. Now I'm expecting MVL to reestablish material equality with queen takes d2. Probably a calm move like rook e2. is the best bet for white, then the queen likely to drop back to g5 with check. And then I think that the situation might stabilize a little bit, and MVL might make a bit of a slower move in that resulting position. Doesn't seem lost to me. I think if white can make a couple accurate moves and stabilize the situation, the game goes on. Casa, I think you might be right. I think MVL might be leaning on rook b5 here.
Yeah, I must say, queen takes d2, I felt gave white some momentum with rook e2 and so on. So I do like the idea of playing this way and not trying to grab the material back. Bishop e4, it's being indicated as a mistake, but it's an extremely natural move. And here we go, rook lift with rook b5. And rook h5 looks pretty nice here.
And how about the other rook coming into d5 and then to g5? MVL puts it on g5. I think he's setting up a knight jump to g4. And the situation has gone from dubious to bad to potentially losing now as Hikaru decides which way he's going to go. He's going to make a run for it, but knight g4 wins the game.
Yeah, knight takes h2 is brutal. And when do we see Hikaru a minute and a half down on the clock? Never. So this is a very impressive start.
And MVL's time management against Nihal was excellent. They had their share of time scrambles, of course. But by and large, Maxime kept that 30, 45 second lead on the clock. And that came in so handy in critical moments such as this one. Okay, the correct move appears to be knight takes h2. And once the white queen moves away from f3, black's queen can now dive into f4, setting up completely decisive threats. This one is a couple of accurate moves away from 0-1.
Yeah, the problem after knight f3 is it's just so hard to cover the d2 square without entombing your own king. So something like bishop c1 is out of the question, and rook e2 would allow rook g1. So just trauma on the board for the white king here, which is not going to find shelter. If white could get two moves, maybe you can entertain rook ae1 and king d1 and scurry the other way. But MVL hopefully here is going to recognize that and essentially not allow that to happen.
And the bishop on g7 might make an appearance here. I like the look of rook e5 check. And now bishop h6, setting up the battery. MVL drops back. Okay, takes on f2. Queen takes h2. Beautiful tactic. Rook e1. And now I think rook h5 wins the queen. The rook h5 traps the queen.
Yeah,
and wins the game.
And also it also allows queen f3 if the queen ever darts away. So yeah, this is a bit much. And okay, yeah.
Whoa!
What a game! What a game! What a start! We have ourselves a match, folks.
That was impressive, and that was impressive from a lot of different perspectives. Now, let's not overstate the case. This was game one, and sometimes the first couple of games, you're developing your match strategy, you're feeling your opponent out, but let's put all of that to the side. Super impressive display by Maxime on the board, and very importantly, Casa on the clock.
Yeah, no question about it. And here we have a Rossalimo, an opening that we've seen feature in several World Championship matches, most notably in Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana in 2018 or 19, if my dates are getting mixed up. Anyway, typically here, white actually shatters the structure of bishop takes c6, but instead, MVL is electing to keep the bishop on the board. And this is an interesting position because white has a little bit more space, and black typically has to try and break out at some point with something like f6. But yeah, it's a white's definitely has the edge here.
Agreed. I think black's ideas boil down to two overall plans. One involves, nothing happens fast in this position because the center is closed, but you can kind of surround the d4 pawn by bringing your bishop out to g4 and eliminating its only defender. The knight from e8 is often brought first to c7 and then potentially to e6. The second plan, as you indicated, involves the kind of French-like idea of f7, f6, chipping away at white's excellent central control. There you see MVL very alertly moving his rook to c1, not only preventing c5 breaks, but also taking the sting out of bishop a6, which was threatened. And now I would, Casa, bring this knight around to b3. I'm looking over at that juicy square on c5. And if I'm Hikaru, I'm striking with f6 and developing kingside play because you might get crunched on the queen side.
Yeah, this is a really interesting illustration, again, of short-term trumps versus long-term trumps, except typically you'd say, well, black is the bishop pair, so the long-term dynamics are such that would favor black. Well, actually, in this case, the pawn structure matters a little bit more, at least presently. So black has to move really quickly to try and get some counterplay on the queen side. And there are some positions where black might not even overprotect the c6 pawn if he's able to get this initiative on the king side. So h3 is prophylaxis against bishop g4. And black might actually play g5 at some point to try and push through g4, although knight e6 tells me that's probably not going to happen.
Well, I'm still pretty partial to g5 because it opens up a pathway for the queen to g6. And Hikaru, one of his many great strengths is his ability to not take things sitting down. He senses so well the moment when his opponent is developing an initiative, when the game is starting to get out of control. And that is precisely the moment when he poses the most serious problems. I think with the move g5, he indicates that, no, I'm not just going to let you run circles over me and pick up the c6 pawn. You're going to have to pay attention to the other side of the board. And your point is well taken. Queen g6 might be a move to consider, even if at some point you're sacrificing the c6 pawn. I would probably start by pushing the h pawn up and preparing to smash open the king side with g4. I'm also very, very fond of the placement of this knight on e6. It's kind of lording over the whole position from the center.
Yeah, it's not quite a Carlsbad knight, but the knight is really well centralized. And again, the c6 pawn should probably not be over defended because white has ample opportunity with rook ac1 and knight a5 to get at it. It's all about black's play on the king side. And it honestly, you're a King's Indian player, Danya. It almost has that feature, except it's an open position.
Yeah, but it's got the same contours where white's attacking a target on the queen side and black uses that target to slow down the attack, but doesn't, as you put it, over-defend the target. So if white plays rook c1, I would consider playing bishop d7. But then if white plays knight a5, at that point I probably wouldn't defend that pawn again with rook c8. So bishop d7 is a good move in general. Hikaru drops his knight back to d8 to open up the diagonal for the bishop. I think he's preparing g4. But Casa, something about this move, maybe just visually, looks a little bit off.
Yeah, essentially, I always like to say for folks that, are at home trying to figure out how to get better at chess, usually the side that connects their rooks first is the side that wins the game and in many cases has the advantage. And playing knight d8, you're basically unconnecting your rooks or getting it further away from that happening. And so you see white has this opportunity to jump on black before black does because the coordination, it just isn't there. So that's something to just think about when you're playing your own games, and it's why white has an advantage here.
On the other hand,
but Queen d3 changed some things.
It changed some things. What do you make of this move?
Yeah, I think again white has to be a little bit faster here, and I think Queen d3 is probably an example of unneeded prophylaxis. So the queen was essentially unprotected, and the bishop on e3 was pinned, and so and maybe there was some wariness of allowing g4, and then some bishop takes g4. So you're just trying to get out of those threats, but maybe it was better to press on the queen side in some way.
But if I were to take the devil's advocate position, I think Hikaru actually is defending that c6 pawn with everything that he's got, and he is planning to meet knight a5 with bishop d7. And that's why the principle of two weaknesses exists, which states that in positions where you're targeting only one weakness, you need to create a second one, preferably on the other side of the board, to overextend your opponent. That is why a move like h4 is not out of the question, trying to carve out some dark squares on the king side, because Hikaru does have the firepower right now to keep his c6 pawn under lock and key. But if you were to create a second weakness on the king side, then black's position might get overextended. Great awareness, I think, by Maxime, and g4 might be met with this maneuver,
knight
h2,
yes.
Knight f1, knight g3, and that h5 pawn is weak.
Yeah, and the knight on f3 was the kind of problem piece for white, so redeploying that knight to g3 makes a ton of sense. Also, you carved out the f4 square for your bishop, and so that's why you see this rook b7 move, just as prophylaxis to deal with this bishop f4 move, which is really enticing. And you might have a situation now, all of a sudden, where white can actually make some nice inroads on the dark square. So queen d2, in some lines, prepares bishop h6.
And also prevents the march of the f-pawn down to f4. You can stick your bishop on f4, but I wouldn't do it here. I definitely wouldn't do it here and allow the rook infiltration to e2. I think the bishop is optimally placed on e3, but you're right. In some situations, bishop to h6 trades off the dark squared bishops and softens up the kingside dark squares even further. Now, don't forget about the queen side, right? You might want to throw in a move like knight c5, knight a5. He sticks it on c5. Oh, and now bishop f4, bishop d6 maybe.
Yeah, there's so many nice. There's so much potential now, and again, if Black doesn't get toward the white king and is able to push through, really, there's not a ton of counterplay, and so White has managed to still have the queenside advantage just there for a little bit later in the game, and really has done a great job of restricting the advances of Black's pawns, at least in a way that disturbs White's kingside. So, really enticing position, and ultimately, I think right now, White needs to figure out what they're going to do with the f4 square, because you could consider bishop f4 in some positions, right? But you can also even consider the knight redeploying to f4, and it just puts massive pressure on the Black king side.
I think Hikaru has to sit for the time being. I think he literally might have to go king h7, king back to g8. He's weighing the pros and cons of that approach right now and probably contemplating a more brazen move like f5 as he falls behind on the clock for the second game in a row. Maybe he's trying to choose how he's going to sit. Queen f7 is his choice. Maybe b4, a4, and b5 to open up the c-file is an option, but that actually eradicates one of Black's major weaknesses. So that would be a very committal way to continue. This might come down to a time scramble. Both players close to a minute on the clock. Great call, Casa.
I was going to wait on f5 to play knight d3 because I do feel like as soon as f5 happens, if Black goes for it, you bury the light square bishop, whereas now Black can actually exchange and basically solve that problem. So I'm not too keen on knight d3 right here, but okay, now knight f4 I would play immediately.
Yeah, rook e8. Knight b4, by the way, was an alternative going after the c6 pawn, but MVL insists on playing positionally principled chess. But the what now question becomes harder to answer when you fall below a minute. How many players have asked that question when they think they're better against Hikaru and then fall off a cliff when they don't figure out how to make progress? There's that pawn march.
You know something? I would honestly go for knight takes g6 and queen c2 and argue that the f5 square is going to be such a chronic weakness in the endgame that, it's going to just be really hard to contend. And Black would probably have to take on c2, recapture with the king, and guard the f5 square with the king on g6. But that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Ooh, that's got to be music to MVL's ears. f5 on the board, and now the bishop on g6, as you put it, is buried. Okay, do you support that knight by bringing the other one to e2? Because Black might at some point play knight e6, and you want to make sure that you can replace one knight with the other if that happens. Whatever you do, do not allow Black to break down White's blockade. 30 seconds for Maxime. So many enticing options, not enough time to figure all of them out. What does he do?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think maybe a4, just keeping the tension, trying, maybe even playing b5, which seems counterintuitive because we have knight g2 instead, but it seems counterintuitive to trade away the weakness on c6. But if you get the open c line for your rooks, it might actually be worth it.
Our first all-out time scramble of the match is going to happen in the second game. Let's keep a close eye on whether MVL can compete with Hikaru in these low-time situations. The bishop brought back to g7, b5 blasting through on the queen side. Now the weakness is the d5 pawn, Casa, and that is a very hard pawn to defend. Knight takes c6 and knight take knight f4.
Whoa.
But he takes immediately.
Shocking. The d5 pawn was not going anywhere.
Nope.
But still, this is a huge advantage for White, and the knight can go back to f4.
Oh, rook c7 wins the game.
Yeah.
And rook d1, and he's going to win two in a row.
Very clean. Very, very clean at the end there. And impressive stuff.
Wow.
We have a 2-point lead for MVL. Who would have thought?
What a game, Casa. And that was a completely different game. The arc of the game was different. It was a pretty decent opening for Hikaru, but MVL showing such a keen understanding of those Rosalimo structures and then carrying it forward in a great positional display. 20 seconds on the clock, but he seemed right at home in that situation. But let's turn back because we do have knight a3. When was the first time you saw this variation, knight a3 in the Sicilian?
So it's funny. I think it was in a blitz game on the internet, and I was just kind of baffled by it. But don't be so confused by this move, because in a lot of positions where you play like one strange-looking move, you follow it with a lot of just excellent computerish moves. And so I would say that it basically takes on the character of a c3 Sicilian now, and the knight is making a weird kind of deployment around the board, but it basically transposes to positions that have IQP vibes with d4 later in the game.
Now, Hikaru just made another inaccurate move. Now, he should have put the knight on c4. He was trying to extract the bishop pair in return for the d6 pawn. But now MVL has managed to win that pawn back and get sort of an ideal pawn structure. I think black is slightly better right out of the opening. Again, I just wanted to point out, the first time I saw the 2 knight a3 variation was in a New in Chess article. It was pioneered by this Russian grandmaster who's most of the chat wouldn't have heard of him. Do you know who it is? Very good. Vadim Zvyagintsov. Who was high 2600s at his peak. And, he was one of those Richard Report-like players of the early 2000s. He played a lot of the sort of offbeat lines, but he was an OG. And there's a famous photo of Zvyagintsev playing Alexander Khalifman. And Khalifman is... he cannot stop laughing, and he's literally sitting at the board in a classical game, and he's covering his mouth because, they're in a serious playing hall. But Zvyagintsev had just played knight a3, and back then this was such an unusual move that Alexander is like typical Vadim.
Yeah, and it's funny. Zvyagintsov is an extremely creative player, and so he had more than just the knight a3 invention back in the day, for sure. But this is a very interesting position we have on the board here, because both bishops on f1 and f8 respectively have a little bit of a tricky decision to make whether they should develop or not, because the g2 and g7 pawns are hanging. So we see white actually castle long to deal with that, and here we go. It really looks a bit like a French structure to me. And the question essentially is, does white have enough here? And my answer is just no, because black has a very nice bishop on c6, and I think it's superior to the one on f1. And I think for that reason, black's actually slightly better.
Well, it's like those movie scenes, where white's hanging on to a part of the car, but the car goes faster and faster. That queen on g4 is like the person, or like the zombie hanging onto the car. The only reason that black can't complete his development and stand with an excellent position is white's contact with the g7 pawn. If black eliminates that if black eliminates that contact or works around it, I think Hikaru might be in trouble because of his king placement, and because black has the equivalent type of situation, as you pointed out, Casa, with the bishop aiming at the g2 pawn. So now I think he solved the problem. Bishop e7, short castle. Hikaru has to waste a move, tucking his king back on c1, and he's got another very difficult position.
Yeah, massive advantage. There are really some potential Boden's mate dynamics
Boden's mate,
well.
Yes. I was thinking the exact
Bishop
thing.
e4, queen takes c3, and bishop a3 mate. And queen c2 covers bishop e4, but again, black is first to kind of jump on white here, and very, very dangerous position.
Guys, can I bring up an analysis board just really quickly? I can't miss an opportunity to show a Boden's mate in action. How could this have happened? Well, white could have dropped back to e1. And after bishop e4, white could have said, hey, listen, the g2 pawn is hanging. Let's defend it with my queen. And this is a Boden's mate on steroids. Normally, the d1 and d squares are covered by white's pieces. Here, they're covered by black's rook, which is controlling the open file. This mate is named after Samuel Boden, one of the top 19th century players. He pioneered this mate. And that is going to remain behind the scenes, Casa, unfortunately, as we go back to our live position. What's not going to remain behind the scenes is more explosive play from Maxime.
And I think when you're looking at this position, because both sides have bishops, you're trying to figure out, well, what's the difference? And the difference is the bishops on e3 and e2, first and foremost, aren't really hitting any targets. But secondly, they're also a bit loose. The bishop on e3 is unprotected. The bishop on e2 is covered by the c2 queen, but if the e-line does open up, and you see MVL might have intentions of that right now, those bishops will become targets. And so the combination of those two features make it that black has a huge edge.
When you said the E-line open up, I thought you said the Elon open up, and I thought you must have misspoken. Now we're going to see bishop g5 chiseling away at the dark squares. MVL is like a surgeon operating with these squares. After the trade cost, the problem is that the rook is diving into d2. So in a way, e4 was a thematic positional sacrifice. He's playing for the squares here, and he's playing for domination over the dark squares and over the d file. I think he's achieved it, and I think Hikaru walking on hot coals now for the third game in a row.
Yeah, and it's really impressive. And it must be said, too, that at some point, this h4 pawn might chisel away and play h3, which would also soften up that bishop on f3, which is currently only defended by the G2 pawn. So basically having full board awareness is what we're seeing from MVL right now. And this infiltration is well worth the pawn.
It was a great insight by you, Casa. I think we might even see h3 in this position. We might see it after the queen lands on e3. Of course, black needs to be very careful because the rook is now pinned to the queen, and the queen is on an undefended square. But tactically, I don't think that white gets away with a move like rook to d1. Queen e3, rook d1, black can play bishop takes e4 check, and then the g2 pawn will fall when the smoke clears. I think MVL is deciding whether to throw in the move h3, which I would, or to start with queen e3. Both are good options that keep the advantage.
Yeah, I would definitely chuck in h3, and I think it's just because the bishop on f3 is loose. That rook, you also, if g takes h3 is played, you have access potentially to that rook on h1 because the bishop on c6 is staring it down. And don't also forget here that this king on g8 already has this escape square available, so there's no need to tempo waste later in the game. Whereas that b1 king, if it has to go to a1, something like queen e3, queen d3 check, there might be a critical tempo down the line that is needed to be used, and that could be the difference.
Great points, and h3 has been chucked in by Maxime. Now, Hikaru technically doesn't have to take the pawn, but I think he kind of does. He might be briefly calculating rook d1, but then black has h takes g2, and the rook is untouchable because black will make a second lady on g1. So we are going to see gh queen e3. The one thing to point out is that in some circumstances the bishop will be untouchable because the d2 rook will hang. So gh queen e3, I think Hikaru might have to go rook to e1 rather than rook to d1. But he's definitely hanging by a thread. Maxime might deliver that check on d3 and start helping himself to white's sitting ducks there on the h-file.
Yeah, this is a really, really challenging position to play from a practical perspective, just because there are targets galore here. And you might say, well, white is 2 pawns up, but it's the quality of those pawns. I said this last time, Danya, and I'll say it again. Pawns are like kids on a field trip, on a school trip. They have to hold hands in the public places or bad things happen. And you see, the h2 pawn is weak. The h3 pawn is weak. The e4 pawn is also a potential target. That you cannot say the same for black's pawns.
Unfortunately, it would be very nice if they could hold hands with e4 to g2, but they're all alone. There are no chaperones, and I think bad things are beginning to happen. He's now only 1 pawn up, and that material advantage will slink back to 0. I think after rook takes h3 or bishop takes e4, inevitably, Hikaru is going to lose at least 1 more pawn. And as you said, black has managed to maintain his domination over key avenues and boulevards in the position. The second rank, the d-file. He's arranged his heavy pieces perfectly, and he's managed his time perfectly as well, as Hikaru once again down to 30 seconds on the clock with a monumental defensive task ahead of him. We're used to him doing this perfectly. Will he drop his 3rd game in a row?
Yeah, and again, the back rank problems. I mentioned this before. This king now, having had to scurry to a1 to get out the check, will be a problem at some point. And so that tempo might be the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. And right now, Maxime has to decide where he brings his queen back. He could bring it back all the way to d8. Queen d6 might run into e5. So big decision here. Not a lot of time to make it. Rook c2.
Yeah. What a move. And keeping the pressure on, I love this.
But queen b1, Hikaru stays on alert. I think we're going to see rook to f2.
Or f2, yeah. Yeah.
h2, you called it.
I think f2 was better, Danya, because he had rook f1 ideas too.
Hikaru is starting to reposition now as he guards his h3 pawn. That bishop is now well positioned. Is MVL starting to lose the thread slightly? Does he need to add more fuel to the fire by running his a pawn up the board?
Yeah, maybe he also can try harassing that rook on h3 with something like queen b6 or queen c5, but adjusting course with rook f2, basically acknowledging that rook h2 was problematic, but now you're allowing white to consolidate.
Yeah, that tempo that he gave Hikaru was really, really useful because now the bishop is no longer a concern, and Hikaru playing for the initiative, threatening queen d8 and queen h4 with a fork. Yeah. Such an alert choice. Oh, takes on d4, takes on e4. And now it's a bad endgame for Nakamura.
Terrible, and the back rank weakness that need to be solved with b3. Now it's actually easily for black to improve their king and target these weak pawns. Again, these
rook d2.
Rook d2.
Rook d2 picks up the d4 pawn, eliminates counterplay. Black is now completely winning in this endgame. Hikaru's only chance is the clock, but with that 1 second increment, I don't think Maxime is going to have any trouble converting this endgame.
King f6. Just move the king. There we go. No
Wow,
need to glop off the pawn yet.
Look at White's king. Hikaru has to play rook e2, beg Black to take the d4 pawn just to get his king into the game, but the king is still cut off along the d file. f4. Push it.
Yeah.
Salt and pepper. f3 was possible there.
Yeah, but understandable. King d4.
Yep.
Just dance on the dark squares. e3, f2, and Naka flagged? When do we see that?
Well, he was dead lost, and when do we see Hikaru losing 3 games in a row to start not an SCC match, any match at any point in history, in time? Maxime is a monster, and he could not have asked for a better start to this match.
And they are repeating the Rossalimo line, so I'm curious to see what is going to change. Thus far, nothing. Okay, knight e8, knight c7. We saw that something similar before. We saw h3 to stop bishop g4, but this is all very similar to the previous game. So where is the nuance going to come in here?
I think Hikaru felt that he had good practical play on the king side. At some point, he mismanaged that initiative. Maybe that move, remember when he played knight e6 back to d8, maybe he'll want to defend that pawn in a different way. But at first, it's Maxime who tries to figure out whether maybe I want to take on f6 this time, maybe I want to arrange my pieces differently, but he ultimately resorts to h3. Now, Casa, let me make one thing very clear. It is only a question of time before Hikaru gets on the board. He's not going to lose every game in this match, and he's not sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, this is over. He's got 56 minutes in the first segment alone. We know what Hikaru is capable of, and I don't think MVL is, opening the Dom Perignon just yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. This is basically the equivalent of the first quarter of a basketball game. It's still very, very early days. Although we see here, before the knight went to e6, block that bishop. I was a little bit surprised about that. Now he insists on g4 earlier, gets the bishop to that square. And you can see the counterplay is a little bit faster than it was before. Now the knight might come in afterward and maybe try and add some more pressure to the f3 knight. But that c6 pawn is a goner. You're not going to defend it, and I think that's the right way to play.
You're not going to defend it. Hikaru's not even thinking about the move bishop d7 here. In a Soviet chess camp, that move would have gotten you kicked out immediately. Like, you cannot give up such pawn to defend the attack. Rook d8 maybe, and then knight e6. Don't forget about the d pawn, which is now, Casa, a passer. And even though it's the middle game, that pawn can lurch forward and potentially even trap the bishop on e3.
Yeah, and there's also ideas of, the black queen, again, coming to g6, coming to h5, adding more pressure to that f3 knight. So the practical chances for that pawn that you give up are actually quite decent. You have the bishop pair, you have open lines. You can even maybe entertain doubling of rooks on the f-file. So I think it's going to be important for the white queen on e2 to kind of get out of there sooner rather than later.
Of the positions that Hikaru has had thus far in this match, this is game 4. If you're just joining us, this is the second semifinal to determine who challenges Carlsen on Friday in the SCC final. Maxime winning the first 3 games in a row in sparkling style. Hikaru trying to find his footing. Of all of the positions he's had out of the opening, this is the best one yet. I think he has the most serious chances that he's had, and I think he knows that, and he's trying to find the correct arrangement of pieces. So knight e6 and rook d8. When does he involve the queen? A lot of questions to answer here for black. And where does he involve the queen? To h5 or to g6?
Yeah, again, black will probably have the short-term trumps here as far as the initiative on the white king. White might have some of the long-term dynamics with the outside passers, although black also has 2 bishops. And here we go, queen h5, adding more fuel to the fire in the f3 knight. But our computer here, our Silicon friend, is indicating this is a mistake. I think it's a very, very reasonable move.
It's a completely reasonable move. Now d4 is a huge threat. By the way, if black had gone d4 on the previous move, I think there were some sort of tactics with queen c4, setting up a lateral attack on the bishop. So apart from everything else this move does, it actually does lend a defender to the bishop, threatening d4. Now, white would love to open up a retreating square for the bishop, but you can't do that. Knight b3 runs into the simple rook takes f3. So you need a counterattacking move what do you counterattack? Well, I think the knight is the only vulnerable
Queen
target
A6?
in black's position, and queen a6 is the only move that keeps the foot on the gas pedal. What a difficult find that would be.
Yeah, it's funny. I was already kind of desperately seeking out exchange sacrifices because if you give me a few moves, wow. If you give me a few moves, I would be perfectly happy to have some combination of rook takes c6 and then the d knight come to d4, but there's no time for that. Okay. Knight f4. Wow.
Okay.
This is a very scary looking initiative here. Knight takes g2 might be an idea. Queen h3 check. Practically speaking, I still like black's position. So there must be very exacting play here.
Yeah, exacting play over the course of several moves. He's solved the first problem. He's jumped the first hurdle successfully. That was finding queen a6. Now he's eliminated the knight, but black's pieces continue to stream in. You talked about the exchange sacrifice on f3. There's like hanging pieces all over the board. Right now the rooks are connected, but the moment they become disjointed, you've got to watch out for forks. This is the second hurdle, and he's crossed that successfully as well. Great move by Maxime, hitting the rook and hitting the pawn.
Yeah, after the rook moves from a8, yeah, probably rook a f8. The question is e7 really a pawn you can actually take? And that's a tough question to answer.
I actually think you should play rook e8 if you're Hikaru and try to slow down white's initiative on the queen side. I do think that white could grab that pawn after rook f8, and the point isn't to build up the material advantage as much as it is to involve the queen more directly in the counterattack. So I would grab this pawn right now. Otherwise, why are you playing queen b7?
Yeah, and I think the dynamic is there's potential to go for queen g5 a little bit later. Not in the moment because e5 would be hanging, f2 would be hanging, but there is a potential queen trade down the line. And also, if black ever chisels away on f3 with the bishop on g4 or even the rooks, the c8 square will be vacant, and you'll have this rook c8 check idea, which would really trade a lot of the pieces and get closer to that endgame that you're looking for.
It's so easy to get cold feet when you're playing Hikaru and he sacrifices a pawn, but MVL stays on course. Rook 4 f7, great move.
I'd go
now,
queen a3 here.
Queen a3 to reinforce the knight laterally, although you have to watch out for tactics there with that exchange stock on f3 coming with tempo. Queen b4 is possible, queen c5. How do you decide where to bring the queen back? Queen d6 is his choice, and will we see that exchange sacrifice on f3?
Yeah, I think the problem is even if that exchange sacrifice happens, there won't be enough fuel on the fire to truly deliver any mating ideas. So it seems more like a potential perpetual opportunity, but we'll see. We'll see. It's still practically extremely scary to go down this path and even allow this exchange sack. So MVL has been very, very cool and calm thus far.
I feel like black is running out of options, though, because what is white's actual threat? Well, white wants to play e6 and run this pawn down to e7. Now, maybe you could say e6, black has rook f6. I don't think Hikaru is going to dilly-dally any longer, though. I think he's going for it, and he does. And this is going to be a fascinating denouement to this game. Queen takes f3. It's going to hit the f2 pawn. Black's king, relatively speaking, very safe for the time being. It could tuck itself on h8, so the check on e6 is a paper tiger. I think MVL should just go rook c2 and acquiesce to the draw. I don't see him playing with fire. I don't even know how he can play with fire here.
Yeah, to me the question is, do you throw in queen e6 check first just to cover the g4 square? I think that might be something you'd consider. But yeah, some combination of defending f2 and hopefully getting in rook c8 seems to be the way to do it. But really, really tricky position here.
Yeah, the safest might be rook 1 c2, and then black has perpetual check with queen d1 and queen g4. He does throw in that check, which tells me he's maybe still flirting with playing for a win. But black can force perpetual here. Black doesn't even need the g4 square to deliver perpetual. You've got d1 and you've got f3, but will we see a move like rook g8 from Hikaru Nakamura intending rook c8 and bishop f8?
Oh my goodness.
Whoa. This is getting really scary after rook g8. I think MVL might have overlooked that move.
Yeah, bishop f8 blocking the trade with a discovery check is a move that was difficult to see from afar. I think MVL just slightly reacted on camera. That is a move he missed.
And rook c8 was what he relied on from a distance, forgetting that the bishop can slice off the connection between the rooks. That would lead to a loss of material. Apparently, you have to find rook to c3, and he did. And he did.
Wow.
And the rook will cover a discover check on g3, forcing a perpetual check. You can play king g2 or king h2. Either works, but king g2 is more clear.
And bishop f8 check in that position would have resulted in queen takes g8 check and rook takes f3. And that was the key detail there. Temporarily sacking your queen to just win material in the game. And so what a find.
Exquisite accuracy by Maxime. That's got to come as a disappointment to Hikaru, and this is going to be a perpetual check. Still a great game. Still relatively the best position Hikaru's had out of the opening, but still, I think, a good result for Maxime, who keeps his 3-point lead. Yeah,
clutch stuff. Really clutch stuff. And wow, Danya, thus far, it's just been an incredible level from MVL. Really has not found himself in any crazy danger and has taken the chances he's had, which is really hard against Hikaru.
Incredible level and on many fronts, right? Not just in terms of his opening play, we expected excellence on that front, but also his time management. And this past game was the first time he had 30 seconds and a bunch of complicated moves to find, and he found them. And that, I think, bodes very well in the early going. That's a very auspicious sign for his performance in the subsequent segments, because let's not forget, we are merely observing the first of 3 segments. The 3+1 and the bullet is where the bread is often buttered for Hikaru.
And here we go. We have the setup I thought the match would start with, which is this knight f3, b3, knight f3, e3 setups. These setups that you can play really, really quickly and fluidly and get very interesting dynamic positions. Okay, here we have a really, really interesting structure with the double C pawns. And a lot of times it comes down to whether black can basically deal with those weaknesses and get an initiative of their own on the king side, whereas white typically has the long-term play with a combination of knight a4 and rook c1 and so on. So black has to make something happen in the middle game to really justify the weaknesses on the c-file.
The keen observer will note that this resembles a Samish Nimzo Indian with colors reversed. If we could pull up an analysis board just to show people the relationship between seemingly unrelated openings. After d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, the Samish goes f3, and we get, in many cases, the same structure. If black takes on c3 and then pushes d6, then white responds with e4, and you get this exact structure, Casa, with colors reversed. Always important as a keen observer to note these similarities between because you can borrow ideas from an opening you know and apply it to a position that you might not know, but to a structure that's still familiar to you.
Yeah, and it's also really important to know your personnel. MVL is someone that does not play these structures, at least in classical chess, really ever. And so, Nakamura might also be banking on that. But I think thus far, MVL is handling things nicely. Tactically speaking, castling long in this position is certainly unique. Although the king is relatively secure, but it's an unusual way to handle the structure.
Yep, I'm going to pull a Danny Wrench and lay on an emote on the king. That is the first time I've ever done that. Now, I think upon closer inspection, castle's queenside is not as outlandish as it may appear. White's got this incredibly solid pawn triangle on the queenside, Casa, that's very hard to break down. And look at Hikaru orchestrating play on the other side of the board. H4 is an excellent move.
Yeah, and essentially what this position boils down to, even with this h4 move, is the c pawns, in particular the c5 pawn. What happens in this structure is white is constantly going to be entertaining, tickling that pawn, putting pressure on it with moves like rook c1 and so on, but also by try to divert black's attention from that c5 pawn by putting pressure on the e5 pawn and on the king side. So h4 entertains h5, but also potentially removes this defender of the e5 pawn, that knight on g6. So there might be pressure against e5 with something like bishop b2 or queen b2 at some point. And so it's basically tickling the c5 and e5 pawns long enough that black gets frustrated and something drops. And that's essentially what Naka's trying to do here.
And is this the first advantage that he's had in the match thus far?
Oh man, that is wild to say. That is insane to say.
I know. It really is. But he does. He has an advantage here, I think, on both sides of the board. Rook to c1 is an understandable move. He is threatening c takes d5, and he is essentially, I wouldn't say compelling, but provoking Maxime into closing up the center with d4. Then he might want to switch his attention over to the e-file. So he drove that pawn down to h6 to provoke long-term weaknesses on the king side. Now he is shifting his attention to the other two sides of the board, where I think he also holds an advantage. And the clock situation, this is what we're used to from Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting position because you're trying to figure out how to improve with black. I don't like knight f7 because it cuts off the defense of the g7 square. So a move like queen b2 at some point seems compelling to me because the e-pawn can't move and the knight on f7 can't move because there's knight takes e5. And again, the c4 pawns and the d5 pawns that are connecting here, I describe this as a positive pawn tension for white. White essentially can take whenever they want and is going to wait for the opportune moment to do so. And it's not an ideal pawn tension for black because essentially, if you do capture on c4, you give you give white essentially this target. And so, interesting decision. He essentially allows the c5 pawn to be captured and is banking on counterplay on the c file.
I was going to ask, can we eat of the forbidden tree? Why can't we take on c5? Now, this looks scarier than it is because after bishop c5, knight c5, there is a pin against the knight, but white could always support whatever pieces on c5 with the move d4. Now he has bishop takes d6, which is a nice escape route that gives him the tempo he needs to probably knight c5 or even knight back to c3 to hit d5. Do not move your queen to b2 because black snaps the knight off the board and seriously weakens white's king.
Yeah, if you can establish a knight on c5 and then reinforce it with d4, you're going to carve out excellent dark squares on c5 and e5. And again, don't forget this pawn h6 covering the g7 square. There might be a sighting later in the game. So essentially, that's what Naka's trying to figure out is whether he can establish that dark square bind. Otherwise, he will go knight c3.
For sure. Knight c5, knight c3, these are the two candidate moves. And he's managed his time well. He's got the time he needs to make an informed decision. It's so important to look at the position concretely. I think newer players would be really scared of playing the move knight c3 because it looks like black is on the cusp of being able to play d4. But look at how concretely these players approach every position. Knight c3, guess what? The d4 square is defended more times than it's attacked. Therefore, this move is safe to play because on the next move, if he is so inclined, he can move the queen away from c2, and then you never have to worry about a pin again.
Yeah, and again, if black really has to act quite quickly to try and disrupt this, because if white establishes this dark square grip with queen b2, with some pressure on e5, it's going to be scary hours. So really, really difficult decision time for MVL because, yeah, this is the toughest position he's had thus far in the match.
I think he's losing. It's one of those things. The more I look at it, the worse it looks. It's like airplane food. This isn't that bad. And then you smell those smells, and you actually look at it, and you're like, wait, no, this is really bad. He's under a minute. Why is this so bad? Well, he's down a pawn, and I think d4 indicates his level of desperation, trying to stir up complications on the queen side. I think he might want knight b5, but then the queen can calmly drop away to b2. I honestly don't see it. Knight takes d4. There goes the second pawn. Okay, so Maxime is targeting white's knights. His best chance is to engineer some sort of pressure down the c-file, but knight d to e2 casa reinforces this knight a third time.
Right, and you're going to see queen b2 down the line if allowed. If the queens come off the board, all the endgames now are extremely advantageous. And queen b2 basically will force a trade of queens. So here we go.
But this is a very devious move by Maxime because knight takes b5 right now blunders a piece to queen takes b2, and then rook takes e2 check, and then the other knight will be picked up by the bishop. So Maxime hanging on here with an excellent practical move. Hikaru might want to push a4 and kick this knight away from b5. That might give him the real estate and the breathing room that he needs to coordinate his pieces. Instead, we see rook c2 reinforcing the idea of knight takes b5.
Yeah, I must say that was going to be my choice. Rook c2, just like a little bit more prophylaxis. You can entertain Rook hc1 down the line, and yeah, Knight takes c3 here. I don't see any major problems with it. With Knight d5 to follow.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Oops, sorry, he didn't do that yet. You could take with a rook if you are so inclined, trying to get another pair of rooks off the board. But either way, I think White's position is technically winning.
Although after Knight takes c3, maybe Bishop c6 will be played just to kind of disrupt the Knight d5 idea, and you take a gander g2, and here we go.
Good call.
It's a nice practical attempt, but again, there's no way to really deter from the queen trade, which inevitably will transition it to a completely winning endgame, because that h6 pawn is just a thorn in the side, even if there aren't checkmating ideas.
A thorn in the side is the perfect way to put it. And even in an endgame, it's annoying because it creates a stronghold potentially for White's rook. It's also very hard to attack that pawn. Even hypothetically, you literally can. It's inaccessible to Black's rooks. It's inaccessible to Black's king. And I think now is the perfect opportunity to move this knight away from c3, maybe to a4, or even back to d1, and force the queen trade, because Black cannot allow a queen to land on g7.
Yeah,
that would be checkmate.
And once the queens come off the board, the rook on c2 will also potentially have its say with the rook c7 down the line. The only problem piece here for White, I'd say, would be the h1 rook, and you'll feel a lot better about moseying that into the position once the queens come off. So I think knight a4 is a really sound decision. Getting a tempo on the bishop here, and rook c7 looks very nice.
Rook d7, I think, is absolute. Well, rook e2, last-ditch attempt, but with 20 seconds left, not over yet. I would throw in a check on g7 and then think. He doubles on the c-file, as you put it, the rook moseying over, or dancing over, to the c-file. Will we get piggies on the 7th? No, we won't. MVL prevents that from happening. Maybe a trade and the other rook comes into c7, a classic.
Yeah, and this doesn't lessen the damage at all. Now you chuck in rook g7 just to tuck the king to the corner, and then you go rook a7 and threaten mate.
Oh.
Or rook e7, even better.
Whoa, rook e1! Rook e1, though, careful! Oh my gosh, he had rook e1 and bishop takes b3. Oh, he missed it.
Ooh.
And Hikaru would have had to block with his knight. He was still winning there.
Still winning with king b2 or king c2, but yeah.
Okay, now he's going to win for sure. And knight e5. And Maxime is going to let his time run out. And Hikaru chipping away at this 3-point lead. Kind of incredulous that it took him 5 games to win his first game. But that was excellent. That was a big confidence boost, Casa. It was Hikaru's first victory, but also a wire-to-wire victory.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it by the look on Nakamura's face at the end there. He's shaking his head so vigorously. But it is an important game, and he is kind of finding his form now. And so we'll see how things progress. But this is not a huge lead. There's a lot of games to go. So
it's not a huge lead, and there is a huge amount of time remaining. Folks, the score in our second semifinal is 3.5, 1.5. Maxime winning the first 3 games of the match. And we will be back, folks, with more Speed Chess Championship action presented by Coinbase. First, we're going to take a short break. See you in a bit.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She's a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is no stranger to elite chess, and he is certainly no stranger to elite performances in the Speed Chess Championship, which he's had quite a few of. He leads this second semifinal over Hikaru Nakamura with a score of 3.5 or 1.5 as we prepare to begin the second half of the 5+1 portion, and we take a look at MVL's storied run in 2020, where he was stopped by Hikaru Nakamura in the final Casa, but not before he put in a series of exciting and very impressive performances.
Yeah, no question about it. This is a guy who is just incredible chess player. Like, he really is quite flexible and basically puts a lot of challenges with the white pieces. With the black pieces, we've seen him kind of basically expand his repertoire quite a bit in recent years, and he's shown great fluidity in the matchup so far.
He really has. He won the first 3 games in a row. Then they had a draw in that Rosolimo, and Hikaru finally strikes in Game 5 with a very smooth victory. I liked Hikaru's opening choice from the white side, but right now it's MVL who has the white pieces, and we are getting an early storyline, a battle in the Rosolimo. Hikaru deviates from G6 and decides on a less common move, D6.
Yeah, this D6 move is a really interesting one. Typically here you don't see white capture on C6 so quickly because, black hasn't really committed to G6. So in these types of structures, you'll usually see the bishop drop back to F1, and then white will typically press forward with C3 and D4, which is actually not too dissimilar to the dynamic we've seen in the games where MVL had been playing C3 and D4 without capturing on C6 right away. So interesting.
Mm-hmm. And this is the main line with the bishop coming to G4 and usually exchanging itself for the knight, because if the bishop drops back to H5, oftentimes white does push G4 Casa and then quickly strikes at the center with D4, and then you get some sort of inferior open Sicilian structure. So Hikaru does trade on F3, and now the position turns from dynamic to largely positional as both sides complete their development.
Yeah, and what do you see here with white? Typically, you see the queen drop back to D1. The knight on B1 goes to F3. It goes knight D2, knight F3. And then you typically see white slowly prepare for this D4 push and argue that the bishop pair, once D4 happens, will give white a slight advantage. Black deters that by establishing a dark square grip on the D4 and E5 squares. So you see the knight drawing back to D7, the bishop on G7 exerting itself on the diagonal, and B5, B4 in the offing.
Yeah, it is in the offing, and that is another positive byproduct of the knight dropping back to D7. Black increases his control over the D4 square. I actually had this exact position in a World Youth Chess Championship game many years ago, and white strikes with D4. We get an exchange on C3, and now black targets this newly isolated pawn, backward pawn, I should say, on C3. So white's biggest asset cost of the bishop pair and the superior central control. Black's biggest asset is his enduring play on the queen side, with the rooks potentially coming also to these C8 and B8 squares.
And rook c1 is such a clever and interesting move, because essentially that a2 pawn looks kind of poisonous, but I'm not quite sure what the refutation is, whether it's rook a1 back or rook e2, but it seems kind of poisonous.
It's like, I know I'm not going to take this pawn. I don't know exactly why I'm not going to take it, but something about it feels rotten. And we do see rook fc8 by Hikaru, so he reserves the possibility of taking this pawn. And Casa, bishop c4 is a tempting move, but that bishop is going to be right in the middle of things, and it's going to be easily targetable by the knights.
Yeah, that bishop on F1 isn't going anywhere anytime soon, I think. And ultimately, it does look at the a6 pawn, so it is exerting an influence even from far away. The question for me is, what does white do with their queen? Because I would really like to connect the rooks, but it's not so convenient where you go. If you make a move like queen d2, black will actually release the tension and probably go c takes d4 and essentially converge on the d4 square, because the bishop or the knight would have to recapture it. And whoa, we do see bishop c4. This is a bit of a surprise for me.
I'm very curious what his intent is against knight b6. Well, we're about to find out. I think it is bishop b3. But wait a second. After c4, he is going to drop the he's going to drop the c3 pawn, but then the b6 knight will be targeted by a well-timed d5 pawn push. So let's wait for his move. I'm not going to ask for an analysis board just yet, because bishop b3 is not forced. There's even this weird move, bishop to d5, trying to trade on his own terms. There is a sacrifice on f7. Oh my gosh.
Knight g5.
Seat belts fastened. Queen b3. Queen b3, I think, to start.
Yeah, queen b3 in conjunction with knight g5 is really awesome. And note that c4, which naturally just would block that check, the bishop on e3 would be open to capture on b6. So
I think he might have to go c4, Casa. I think c4 might be the most practical move, because it does force the queen trade. And in the ensuing endgame, black is down a pawn, but white's got this big target on c3. I think that was a very heads-up decision by Nakamura.
Yeah, and how do you handle this one? Because again, the long-term weakness here on e6 is going to be problematic. Knight g5 check will be an issue. So, wow, this is quite a dynamic position. Queen takes b6, bishop takes b6. I don't think black has full compensation by any stretch.
I agree, and that is why Hikaru is taking a pause here. Bishop takes c3 as possible. If we could pull up an analysis board really quick, I would just want to show for newer players who might be thinking, wait a second, why did he give this piece back? Why didn't he bring his king back to f8? Well, this is part of a very thematic idea. White drives the knight up to g5 and creates mate threats along the light squares. You can defend f7 with a move like knight d8, but now White plays this very pretty sequence, knight h7, driving the king further into the center and picking up the bishop with absolutely devastating effect. And of course here, if you play knight e5, well, the same exact fate awaits you. Knight takes h7 and queen g8 is the second threat, and that is why Hikaru decided to give back the piece. We go back to the live board, and in fact, he did. Kasa, you're correct. Hikaru didn't like that pawn down endgame, and instead he takes on c3. MVL keeps the tension and says, you want to trade now? We'll trade now, but then you're going to lose the c4 pawn.
Yeah, and this is a really tricky position and decision for Naka to make here, because either way, you're basically going to essentially what I would contend would be a two results game, which is win for White or draw for White. I don't think there are any really serious chances for Black here, and just given the mangled structure on the king side, and even on the queen side with the c4 pawn being a target, really tough to keep things together. And that's why Naka's shaking his head, because he's like,
yeah,
I have a tough decision to make.
Well, I think he has to take the queen. I do not see any reality where Black keeps the queens on the board and survives this. I think he's got to bite the bullet, trade queens, drop his bishop back, and then at some point play knight c6 to e5, try to get control of the c-file, and just hold that pawn down position, which we know how good Hikaru is at doing. But he's got to make sure he's in the right frame of mind, because if you're frustrated, then that increases the chances that you make some sort of impatient move and exacerbate the already difficult situation.
Yeah, and as the queens potentially come off the board, maybe some other piece come off the board, you start to entertain some of these rook endgames. And so the one that I'm entertaining, based upon what you just mentioned, is these 4 versus 3 rook endgames all on the same side. If you imagine the queen side pawns are eliminated, that 4 versus 3 is a tricky hold because Black's pawns are split. Typically, if you're pawn down in these rook endgames with pawns on the same side, you can hold it with best play. But when you have additional weakness, it's super challenging to hold, particularly with low time.
Yeah, and I've had so many of those endgames from both sides. I feel like I've had to defend so many 3-on-4s against particularly Russian GMs in the 2650 range, which is like the worst type of player to have to defend these pawn down endgames against. But that's part of chess. You have to embrace the suck here, and I really like what Hikaru is doing. Knight to e5 is on the board. Get the knights off, but more importantly, seize control of the c-file if you can, and make sure that your rook is as active as it can be.
Yeah, and we're getting there, and I would not take on c8 here. Yeah, I like this move, rook a4. I also like rook dc1. Really important not to give Black all of the control, particularly with that bishop on e5 controlling h2. White's gonna have to waste a tempo to give themselves escape square, because the h2 square is covered. And so I like rook a4, just basically keeping some pieces on instead of allowing all the trades. And rook b8 is such a precise move, I'd say.
Very heads-up response by Hikaru. Now, the pawn on a6 is not even in question. Rook c6 looks completely unappetizing. MVL will drop his bishop back to e3, and then Hikaru, I think, is going to work on optimizing the activity of his rooks. And yeah, sacrificing a second pawn on a6. We talk about this all the time, Kasa. Most important thing in the endgame, not material, it's the activity of your pieces, particularly if you're on the defensive. I think we're going to see rook c2, and rook takes a6, I think, will be met with rook to b4, targeting the e4 pawn.
Yeah, and it's really important to essentially shake the tree a little bit. And so essentially by attacking the e4 pawn, you're saying f3 is kind of out of the question, because then you have access to the g2 pawn, and then the rook's double, and that's out of the question. And so really precise here to go after the e pawn instead of the a pawn, which is essentially a more valuable pawn to take at this point. And you see finally g3 being played to solve that escape square issue, but bishop takes g3 might be a threat.
It was a threat, and MVL trying to kick the rook away from the second rank, and simultaneously, of course, after the trade, you no longer have this undermining move, bishop takes g3. Rook c4, very accurate. Now the threat of bishop takes g3 is renewed, and look at how Hikaru manages the defensive task. He gets the rook to a4, blockading the pawn on its initial square and reducing its influence down to a minimum. And now I think he's basically just going to sit by putting his bishop on a defended square, getting his king to the center, and he's going to politely, or not so politely, ask Maxime, sir, how are you making progress? How are you ever going to get this pawn past a2?
And this is truly a masterclass in defending. Essentially, you were clearly a pawn down. You were temporarily 2 pawns down. And basically, making sure that White's advantage was kept to a minimum here was extremely impressive. Now you see Black's king is more active than White's king. Black's rook is more active than White's rook. Black's bishop is more active than White's bishop. And that makes all the difference when holding this.
We take Hikaru's defensive dexterity for granted, but it really shouldn't. And it's amazing how when he's a pawn down, it's not like, oh, he had to suffer for 80 moves and, the advantage was passed around. It's like MVL had no chances to begin with. And he continues to make perfect moves, trades on g4, arranges his pawns perfectly, and now I think it's essentially time to sit. Okay, he pushes e4. Now it's time to sit by shuffling your bishop and making sure, of course, that the king is not able to infiltrate g5.
Yeah, and essentially it's really hard for White to make any progress at all. The king can't enter via the dark squares on f4, h4. The rook is tethered to the a pawn. Really it's hard to move any of White's pawns or even activate any of the pieces without dropping something. And so that's essentially why this is probably going to be a draw.
Yeah, and we're seeing some shuffling here. Of course, Maxime is not risking, but with the 1 second increment, that is ample time for Hikaru to deal with any challenges as they arise. I think we're going to get a repetition of moves shortly here. Maxime's still trying, but now the material has been reduced to a minimum and rook a4 is coming in. It's a draw.
Yeah, and you might say, well, why is White being so defensive? Why was Black the one that was the aggressor, bringing the material down? White was trying to maintain the material advantage while playing this out. And essentially, sometimes when you try to maintain your material advantage, you basically kind of consolidate and curl into a ball, and it's kind of hard to be aggressive and defend all the weaknesses. And so this almost symbolically here, this almost feels like a win, as you can see. All of a sudden, it's Black that's the pawn.
what is MVL doing? He could have traded the bishops there and just secured the draw. Instead, he's going to actually have to defend this now for a while. And the last thing that you want is a situation where you have to give your bishop up for the pawn and defend rook and bishop versus rook. Now, that should never happen here, and White should be able to hold, but I've seen Hikaru squeeze wins out of these types of positions. That's not an exaggeration. King g4, and you've got to be careful all of a sudden. Rook a2.
Yeah, and this was a little careless.
Oh, bishop c5!
No!
Bishop c5, what is he doing?
Oh my goodness.
He just threw the game. He threw the game. The pawn endgame is going to be a win because Black's going to get the opposition. Can you believe this?
I can't.
What is he doing? Oh, he could have taken.
He didn't go for the pawn ending.
No, it was winning. And now it's a draw again. Oh my gosh. Don't worry, everybody. We will rewind this. And MVL's going to flag. No, he's not. King takes g5 is possible.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And now he's gonna have to defend. He's gonna have to defend rook bishop versus rook with no time. This is favorable for Naka now, for sure. I would say in the time trouble.
For newer players, this is a theoretical draw. What does that mean? That means this endgame has been studied as early as the 18th century by Philidor, who thought that it was winning for the side with the bishop. Howard Staunton came along in the 1840s, and he was the first to declare that this is a draw. It is, but it's almost impossible to make it with only a couple seconds on the clock. So far, so good for Maxime, but his king has been driven to the corner of the board. That's where it is hardest to defend this position.
Yeah, and when you have such little time... Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's lost. That's it.
Yep.
And maybe not. Hikaru still has to find the right sequence of rook moves, but I think he's doing just that.
Yeah, a well-timed rook h8.
Okay, rook a8, but how do you actually win? Because rook h3 is not mate.
Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Yeah, it is. Rook g8, maybe rook g8 threatens mate on h8. Oh. And it's a draw!
Wow!
It's a repetition! And Hikaru is incredulous.
wow.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
I'm speechless. I'm so speechless because that should not have happened at all. MVL got so careless.
We have to go to an analysis board here, Casa. Sorry.
Just unbelievable.
Okay, so let's go all the way back. Forget the rook and bishop endgame. Let's go back for a second to not this position, this position. How on earth, if you're Hikaru Nakamura, do you not see that this pawn endgame is winning? Because you get the opposition at the end of it, Casa, and I'm not even going to belabor the point. This is a win. Now, importantly, king g4, the pawn is on a dark square, so you can guard it with your bishop. This would have ended the game.
Maybe this is what was missed. Maybe this is what was missed, but because I think Naka would have you've easily seen the opposition concept, but just a shocking development. We have a new game, but honestly, given the way that second half of that game went, it kind of feels like a win for MVL. So just an unbelievable turn of events, and yeah, Naka's not pleased and is really trying to make something happen now. Knight g6, looking at knight f4. Do you go g3? It's a really risky decision given that h5, h4 might happen and the kings are on opposite sides. So knight b3 would seem to be safer to me. But Naka goes for g3 and is saying, bring it on, bring on h5. I'm not scared.
Bring it on, boy. Bring it on, girl. And f5 instead by Maxime, explosive in the center. And of course, we have a classic scenario of opposite side attacking. Now, do you take this pawn back on c5? What is giving Maxime pause? Is it the fact, Casa, that white is going to bring the knight out to b3 and storm clouds are slowly but surely going to start gathering around black's king?
Yeah, I actually think bishop c7 would be a decent practical choice, although objectively it's surely not a good move. I find it hard to believe that that black's going to be able to defend this because it seems like white is a little bit faster in the queen side. But here we go, e5, closing the center, and then MVL insisting on opening somewhere with f4. And yeah, the battle lines are drawn.
I still can't believe what we just saw in the previous game. I'm still kind of, in that post-game shock of like, holy crap.
That malaise.
What did we just happened? That malaise, exactly. But the players, I mean, imagine what the frame of mind that they're in after a game like that. And that is the fun of the SCC. You start the next game immediately. The player who is faster at adjusting emotionally and mentally has the advantage. And I feel like that player is Hikaru Nakamura, despite the fact that he missed a win. He's right back to attacking. a5. This looks terrible. Knight c5, queen b5. I mean, MVL's getting mated here.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's why bishop takes c5, I think, practically was the wrong choice, even though objectively it might not have been so bad, because white just got so much momentum here. And so knight c5 in conjunction with queen b5 or even well-timed rook b1 is going to be a wrap. And in addition to looking at the b7 pawn, the e6 pawn is also extremely soft. So it's really tough to make any reasonable inroads on the king side for black in time.
Black is dead after queen b5. Oh, is he going to play rook takes a... No way. Does he have rook takes a7 there? Oh.
Yes, he does.
Oh
he
my
does
gosh.
Yeah.
Should
queen
we
b5,
show that?
Bishop b6, rook takes a7, and either way you capture on a7, white's queen's going to have an inroad to b6 or b7. Just disgusting.
Removing the defender, folks, such an important tactical motif. This is checkmate, and after knight a7, you just vacuum up a million pieces on the king side. Queen takes a7. Technically, it's the queen side. And this is going to be game over. And guess what? It's on the board. What an exquisite attacking display by Hikaru Nakamura. 3-point deficit? What 3-point deficit, says Hikaru?
Just sparkling. Sparkling play. And really, it's a question, I think, whether MVL wants to get to another game quickly and resign. Okay, he does, or run some clock. I think the decision just now was made. He wants more 5+1 games.
And that's a completely reasonable choice. I think Maxime thinks, especially after the way this match started, that this is the segment where he needs to jump out to a lead. And he did, but I felt a turnaround. It seems like MVL just isn't as in control of these games as he was just a couple of games ago at the start of the match.
Yeah, and okay, here we go. We're back in Rosalimo land, although we have d6, right, which was Nakamura's change from the last match. We saw c3 and d4 prepared earlier. Although this time around, we have an early h3 preventing this bishop takes f3 stuff that happened before. Kind of surprising that MVL deviated given he got such a fantastic position before, but this is all reasonable. I've played this on the black side, Danya, and when I actually played this against Aryan Tari, and he played early h3, and I actually responded with rook g8 and g5 just to kind of play against the hook, and it was a nice position for me.
Man, Casa, rook g8. Imagine the feeling when you play a move like that over the button and then you get up and you make sure that the crowd is gathered around the board when you play a move like this. I will admit to doing that sometimes. When I see the win in an over the board game, I'll sometimes wait until the maximum number of people have come up, and then you kind of slowly carry out the moves. There is a certain charm to over the board play. Here, we've got over 10,000 of you gathered across the platforms. Big shout out to everybody taking time out of what I'm sure is a busy Wednesday. But hopefully you have been handsomely rewarded with some entertaining chess. We most certainly have been, and MVL still leads by a point. E5 is a big decision by Hikaru.
Yeah, it essentially transposes to Rui Lopez positions, particular Chigorin positions, because white typically shifts gears to play c3 and d4. And here we go. We have that structure on the board. Not a lot of black players play these structures anymore. The computer tends to look favorably on them for white, but it's always tricky to break down, and it's usually a long maneuvering game where black tries to organize something on the king side with the f5. We might see g6, knight g7, and white tries to break through on the queen side with a a4, b4.
And black strikes first, b7, b5. This type of structure also occurs out of Rui Lopez, and if black plays g6 and knight g7, also we get that King's Indian flavor with f7, f5. I quite like this for black from a practical standpoint, but the engine in such positions, Casa, always assigns a big advantage to white.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because I rarely see black playing for b5 in the manner that he did here. So it's interesting that he's kind of, by playing energetically on the queen side, kind of staved off white's aggression a little bit with this move b3, which is just kind of consolidate that side. So that's actually kind of interesting. Black is playing on both sides here, and f5 will be incoming.
I don't understand why the engine always seems to give +1. Like that evaluation, always +1. And then it's like bishop d2, bishop c1, bishop d2. Like, come on, Stockfish. How myopic can you be here? There comes f5, and I don't know about you, Casa, but I would almost prefer to be black here.
Yeah, I think the part of the reason that that the computer does give these advantages is sometimes, or in a lot of positions, white actually just takes on f5 and gives black these hanging pawns. And it seems like this nice pawn duo on e5 and f5 super flexible and can kind of advance and do some stuff. But in a lot of positions, it's actually hard to push without creating a weakness. So if black plays f4 after the e and f pawns are exchanged, then the e4 square is an outpost. And sometimes e4 gives white this f4 square for a bishop or a knight. So it's always tough to figure out with those hanging pawns how to press onward. But the practical chances being the half-open g-file and even, pressure on the king usually is worth it.
I think it's so instructive how Hikaru is playing on both sides of the board, but also the way that his pieces are arranged. He doesn't have a single piece past the 7th rank. He's like a war general commanding everything from his comfortable headquarters by the fireplace. The knight on g7, everything is on a nice, inaccessible defended square, and the pawns are doing the heavy lifting. Now, you called it, Casa. We get this hanging pawn structure. So the typical prescription here is f4, but in this particular instance, I thought f4 might run into e4 and bishop f6. I think we are going to see the bishop land on f6, and now the engine is finally on board. Hikaru is taking over this game again.
Yeah, and what's the difference here, in my opinion? The reason black actually has the advantage in this structure is because of the queen side inroads. The inroads black has made on the queen side. Typically, it's white that's showing the aggression there. Black is played on both fronts, and so now you see the rook on b8 has the potential to exert itself. And if the bishop recaptures on c4, then the knight would come to b5. So very, very unique where black gets this play on both sides.
Knight c8, Hikaru maneuvering his knight from the queen side to the king side, bringing all of the toys to the nursery party, and the knight getting to g6. Then he's going to push e4 at the right moment. I would have even considered pushing it now, but Hikaru says, I can play this whenever I want to. Let me induce a weakness first. Ugh. There comes e4.
Ugh. Yeah, G3 is not a sight for sore eyes. H3 is now sensitive. The F3 square might be loose. And Rook B2, look at that well-timed infiltration.
E4. E4 wins the piece.
It's wins.
That's
Yeah,
it.
E4, he takes D3.
Oh man, this is exquisite. Rook takes B2 for Maxime, forgetting that the bishop falls with tempo. He might resign here and now. Hikaru will equalize the score just like that.
And look at the body language. Naka knows he's in the flow. He's in a flow state now. He's feeling himself.
He's got the Starbucks, and suddenly that Starbucks came out only when he's starting to win games.
Yeah. So, like we said, this match is gonna have a lot of twists and turns, and we have a tied match, folks. Tied in the 5+1 segment. The 3-point lead is completely erased.
It's like two different matches within the first segment of this one match. What do you think is the biggest factor that changed between the first 4 games and the second 4 games, Casa?
I think Naka actually changed his openings approach, and he actually changed quickly enough to kind of stem the tide. You know, we've had this different type of Rossolimo structure with this D6 and Bishop D7, and we've also seen him go back to Knight F3, B3, which is kind of old faithful for Naka and these types of time controls, and I think now that's probably where he's going to have to stay.
And I don't want to be the Monday morning quarterback here, but we knew when this match started 0-3 that this was not going to be a blowout. No, there would be no adoption. No, there was not going to be an 8-point match after the 5-minute segment. You don't win the SCC 5 years in a row if you can't recover from a bad start.
Yeah, and the position on the board here is really interesting to me because I think it's more kind of in White's favor. Essentially, White has the bishop pair, and Black kind of typically curls up into a ball and turtles a little bit in the structure. So C5 is a little surprising to me, trying to open up the position. I think that favors the bishops. C takes D5 would be the natural choice for me because C takes D4 is not possible or probably not likely. I think the 2 rooks there would probably be favorable over the queen with the rook infiltrating in that way. So I'm not a huge fan of C5 here. Typically, when you trade that light square bishop off and then you turtle and keep your pawns on light squares to kind of restrict that bishop on D3. But this is a totally different structure.
Man, it's almost like Black is a Grunfeld player. I mean, it's almost as if, C5 is influenced by his real opening desires. I like your idea. Your point is well taken. C takes D5 will probably see Knight takes D5, aiming for B4, and then White could make some sort of calm move, like moving the queen away to the side or dropping the bishop back. But there's a lot of tension. Good call, Casa. CD is on the board. And Knight takes D5. Bishop A3. Whew. Spicy.
Interesting. Yeah, no. Basically getting out of the way of the bishop on G7, because there were some dynamics with even after Queen E2 where maybe you're not as impressed with the bishop on B2, but yeah, Queen D8's a very savvy move, entertaining Queen A5, getting out of the pin, and Black's going to argue that the activity here on the C line is going to compensate the bishop pair kind of deficit, if you will, and Queen A5 here might be a great move.
I actually think for that reason, Bishop A3 was a mistake. I think Hikaru forgot about the queen sliding into A5. Now the bishop on A3 is a sitting duck. And after Bishop B2, there's Knight B4. And White is on the cusp of losing a minor piece. I think he has some sort of Bishop C3 move there, but Hikaru is already hanging by a thread.
Yeah, you're going to have to show some really unique geometry here to hold this together. And essentially the problem here is it's just hard to defend this A3 bishop because the bishop on G7 is bearing down on that diagonal. That was the benefit of C5 is this bishop, this Grunfeld bishop, all of a sudden asserts itself.
Oh. But now he's gone E4, but
Knight F4.
The medicine might be worse than the disease here after the knight jumps to F4. And again, because the knight makes contact with the light squared bishop, the dark squared bishop can't drop back to B2. Now I think MVL is going to massacre the king side and then pick up the bishop on A3 at his leisure.
Yeah, so knight takes D3, you might say, well, isn't the A3 bishop hanging? But after queen takes D3, the knight on D7 was hanging, so that's why knight takes H3 was played instead. And yeah, now Black is going to have a material up advantage, and the C5 pawn is still loose. Tough to hold this one. The E4 pawn as well is not going to complement the light square bishop on D3 well at all.
Nope.
And so you're really going to have a hard time making it, more than a fat pawn.
So he's got a pleasant choice, does Maxime, between taking the bishop and taking the c-pawn, but I like the desperado sack on f2. And for newer players, how do you find a move like knight takes f2? Well, this is a classic situation where two pieces are hanging at the same time. So the logic is, if I'm going to give up that piece anyway, let me take out as many enemy soldiers as I can before I give that piece up. So it's pretty simple logic. Knight takes f2 is on the board. It's a technically winning position for Maxime, materially and positionally, Casa, with these massive dark square weaknesses all over the board.
Yeah, and well spotted, too, after knight takes f2, that you're still hitting another minor piece with the bishop on d3. So even if you tried to move the bishop away from a3, it wouldn't have solved anything. And so essentially here, black just has to consolidate. You're only a pawn up, but basically white's pawn structure, again, is mangled. Those school children are not holding hands. The field trip has gone awry. Bad things are happening. And really just have to just make sure you don't allow any funny business on f7. That's the only thing I could see that's potentially dangerous, is the queen and rook lined on that file, but it's very unrealistic.
The problem when you're playing Hikaru is that, every enemy that's at your door starts to resemble a three-headed hydra. Like, there's some pressure on f7, you think that there's already smothered mate. There's some pressure down the c file, you think you're going to lose all of your pieces. That's how Hikaru gets in your head, because he is so good at manufacturing chances in lost positions. So MVL taking a large chunk of time trying to figure out, can I get away with the move knight takes c5? And the answer is yes, but one of the details, Casa, that you have to foresee, if we could pull up an analysis board here really quickly, I'll be brief. After knight takes c5, there's the scary looking move rook f to c1. Now, don't take on d3 and blunder c8 with a check. Instead, you play b6, and now the move b4 gives up the bishop on d3. So this lateral contact between the queen and the bishop had to be foreseen, but MVL steers clear of this, and instead, as we go back to the live board, he's decided to take on c5 with the rook, and he blundered knight d4, and now he's worse.
Yeah,
because rook a4 traps the queen. Oh, yeah. Oh no.
And it's insane, because I would have just overprotected the f7 square, kept my pawn, and said, you know what, that's good enough for now. And so sometimes that concrete path, like the one Danya just outlined, is narrow enough that you say, you know what, I have a safe advantage. Let me just play with that. And MVL missed this critical detail in the variation, and it just turns the game completely.
Now, Casa, I kind of regret not pointing out rook a4. I was going to point out that, hey, rook a4 almost traps the queen. The queen only has b2. So what's the point of knight d4? It's a double attack. You're attacking f7 and slicing off the contact between black's bishop and the b2 square so that you were threatening rook a2. Now, look at Hikaru. 2 intermezzos in a row. Takes f7, takes e6, threatening mate, recapturing the rook. And I think that we might be close to delivering some sort of smothered mate. Especially if black plays rook to g8 here, which I think he has to.
Yeah, I was wondering if queen b2 might be
rook f2. Another
rook F2,
detail.
Yeah.
Jeez, bishop takes c4. It's time to recapture the rook. And will we see the knight coming to e5 for Maxime?
If the queens could somehow be traded, I mean, I know it's extremely far-fetched. There are some outside possibilities of holding this position. So rook g8 is a really good start for MVL. And again, I think if knight takes g7, you throw in queen b2 check there. And then you capture with the queen on g7, and you're almost out of the woods. But again, white would still be in the driver's seat.
I can't believe how quickly this turned around. Hikaru, he spots everything on all sides of the board. Knight f3 to d4 was sexy, but he still has a tough technical task ahead of him. He's probably contemplating a move like queen takes d7 because, I mean, you're salivated at the prospect of the knight maneuvering to f7 with checkmate, but it's a cumbersome maneuver. It gives black too much time. I think he should keep it as simple as possible. Just take back on c4 and chill.
And it's funny, I see some really cute mating ideas with knight g5 and rook h1. There's some really fun dynamics along with h7, whether it's rook takes h7 mate or h6 and queen takes g6 and then rook takes queen h7 mate. So there's all types of fun with knight g5. So I see how that could be attractive.
I think he's definitely thinking about it. I mean, imagine winning a game like that. Knight g5 and queen takes g6, and that's a lot of hope chess, but Hikaru is a perfectionist. He's going to calculate it as long as it takes for him to calculate this out to its clear conclusion. But he's under a minute. Bishop takes c4 exists. It's old reliable. Just play that move. Hikaru, though, he is taking a monumental think here, believing in his ability to convert with only a couple of seconds on his clock.
And he's been snacking on food as well. So,
Yeah.
there's been this hasn't been all about making the right move. Okay, queen takes d7.
He wants this knight g5 maneuver.
What's wrong with it?
MVL has 35 seconds to figure that out. It beats me.
Oh my goodness.
Casa, I think he's got to go rook c8 and rook f8. Cover the f7 square at all costs, at any cost.
Yeah, and I think keeping the queen b2 check move in reserve is going to be really important, because in some positions you might actually dart the queen back toward f8 instead. Rook c3.
Oh, knight g5. He wants h6. What a cold-blooded move.
Wow.
Creating luft for his king. h6 here. What?
You gotta do it.
Composure by MVL, but h6, rook h1. Okay, no, rook f8. But a check on f7, Casa, and then queen e6 sets up a threat of smothered mate. Oh my gosh, queen e6 is coming.
Yeah, and now knight h6, queen g8 is gonna be problems.
Queen e6,
goodness.
black might have to go h6. He goes queen d5, has to push the h pawn, does MVL, or bring the queen back.
Wow, that is incredible resolve, just to say the discoveries don't kill me. That is incredible steely nerves there.
And that was the reason why I had to put his queen on e6, Casa. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, and is Hikaru worse or better? Worse. No, better. He's winning. What is going on here?
This king needs to escape square. He should have played h5 a while ago. All right, defend e7, overprotect e7, and bishop f6. And then the king can come to g7 at some point.
And
No
somehow
king h7,
Maxime is blockading the e7 square, and he's restricting white's knight, which is moving to d5, and now it's getting sharp again.
This might be perpetual. This might be a perpetual here. Queen f2.
g5. And a queen trade. And who's better in this ensuing endgame? It's probably a draw. White's banking on this passer. And I think we're liquidating now into a dead drawn position.
Yeah, and it's very important that the knight on d5 doesn't allow the king to cross the Rubicon there and attack the e6 pawn, because if it did, then black would be winning. So both kings are kind of tethered off from targets, and hold on.
Hold your horses,
Now
girl.
black has winning chances.
But so does white. So does white.
No,
Takes e5.
you
He's
allowed
lost
the fork.
it.
You allowed the fork.
Maxime has lost it. White will promote with check. White
Wow.
will promote with check, and Hikaru wins the game. This is insane.
And look at Naka's reaction. He is pumped. He is beyond thrilled that happened. Wow. Wow.
Oh my god, that's why you can't go for the win like this when you've got 2 seconds. We need to do an instant replay. I don't know if we should do it now or before the break, but I want to show the move that actually led to this pandemonium in the first place, and that was rook takes c4. As we see the players there, and MVL will have to come to terms with a 1-point deficit, Casa. Unbelievable. And I just want to quickly show this position, right? Rook takes c4 was a panicky reaction. And Maxime actually had to find an insane move. Bishop to f6 in order to open up the g7 square. The top engine line here is insane. Rook c2, king h3, queen f7. How did MVL not find this very simple line? Rook takes f6, rook c7. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the top engine line, and black is slightly better. That's what Hikaru does to you. That's what he makes you find.
It's honestly kind of appalling you could play as well as MVL has played and be down after the 5+1 segment. It's really traumatic. It's flabbergasting. It's all of these things, and wow, just insane turnaround.
Absolutely insane. And remember, all of this started with knight to d4, threatening f7 and threatening the queen. MVL will be kicking himself for that one, but the fact remains, it's a close match. Hikaru has not just diminished the 3-point deficit, but turned it around. He leads by 1. Now, we will go on a break, folks, but before we do, we wanted to wonder if you wish that your financial systems were as fast and as smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Well, they can be. Check out coinbase.com/update the system today. That's coinbase.com/update the system, or use !Coinbase in chat to learn more. Well, we will learn more about this fascinating second SCC semifinal. But first, we'll let the players catch a breather. We'll have the 3+1 segment for you. But first, a short break. We will see you in a bit.
I take
AG1
almost daily. I love them, honestly, because they taste great. I know that sounds silly, but not everyone wakes up looking forward to taking a supplement, and I legitimately do because they're tasty. Obviously, they're phenomenal for you, or I wouldn't be taking them. A few years ago, I went completely corn-free. So I don't eat anything that has not just corn, but any type of corn syrup, which these days is in everything. And so I spent a lot of time looking into these supplements, whether it's pre-workout or just to like start my day. And I spent a lot of time looking into that stuff, and there's nothing better than the ingredients in
AG1.
Phenomenal for any type of thing you're looking for, whether it's just adding a little more, whatever you want to call it, fiber, vitamins, all the stuff in them, you know, into your diet if you're lacking some of that. If you're legitimately looking for energy and ways to kind of start your day on the healthy side of the bed, if that's a thing, or the chessboard. But no, the ingredients in this stuff is the highest quality if you are looking for anything to boost your diet around. It's awesome. I also actually take this liquid stuff, which is vitamin D with vitamin K. These days, if you're not taking vitamin K with vitamin D, you're basically wasting your time. If you didn't know that pro tip, you gotta have vitamin K with your vitamin D. So anyway, I love
AG1.
whatever reason you might be looking for it. It just tastes so good. Like, honestly, I have to be careful not to drink too much, because then that can, can be too much for your tummy. But it's phenomenal, tastes good, good for you, good energy, makes you feel like you're starting the day fresh, and I recommend it. Check out
AG1
right now.
the premier online speed chess tournament. Can you keep up?
Oh, he put it mate! Winning 3! It's crazy.
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format.
Dominant display. One of the best SCC performances that I have ever seen.
In 7 years, dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made over. He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King?
Oh, he mouse slipped!
Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship semifinals, presented by Coinbase. The iconic orange walls, the LED pineapple, Hikaru Nakamura's background is known to all, and the score of the match is known to all. Hikaru holds a 1-point lead after turning around a 3-point deficit that he faced after the first 3 games. Well, Hikaru's dominance, his hegemony in the Speed Chess Championship is not a secret to anybody. Let's take a look at his semifinal performances since 2018. I am Casa Corley. That 3-letter word there that's repeated 5 times tells us all that we need to know.
Talking about the dubs. Yeah, he has been truly incredible in semifinals matches, and he's never lost one of these. And really what's most impressive is how quickly things can fall apart. Shout out to Chinua Achebe. I read that book back in the day when I was a kid. But anyway, it's just remarkable, just the adjustment that was made and how quickly it was made. Impressive stuff.
Oh, Things Fall Apart. Amazing book. I read it as well, actually. You're absolutely right, Casa. And the fact that an SCC match is 3 hours long, it gives you this false sense, I can get behind by a couple points. It's okay. I've got another segment. That's maybe true against most players in the SCC, but when you fall into a hole against Hikaru or Magnus, you just get this sense of hopelessness. And part of where that sense stems from, as we're about to commence the hour of 3+1, is the confidence. You can see it written all over Hikaru's face. These players, they don't relax when they start winning a match. They just get better and better and better. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, and things spin out of control faster and faster.
And I think one of the adjustments or takeaways for MVL is going to be he's going to have to be a lot more judicious in these time scrambles where he's taken risks to collect points and it hasn't worked out. Otherwise, he's played a pretty good match thus far. And here we go. We are back, not quite in Ross Limo land. Instead of Bishop e5, he opts for Knight c3 and now playing Bishop e5. What do you think of that difference, Danya?
Well, first of all, I have a small pun for you. How did Nicholas get picked up in the airport? In a Russell limo. Okay. Round of applause for the commentators. Round of applause. Throw the tomatoes at him. Okay, we need to get back to the game, though, because crazy stuff is going down. Hikaru with what I think I've heard referred to as the Siberian trap, where you try to deflect the knight from f3, but MVL was not born yesterday, and he slices off the connection between the queen and the pawn. That is a pawn sacrifice. I'm even afraid to ask Casa what happens if you take it.
Yeah, basically the huge problem there is that after queen g3, which I think would happen after the exchange of knights and then knight takes e5, you have a scenario where it's hard to reinforce that knight on e5. I mean, the d pawn would be pinned, and so okay, here we have it on the board. f6, not my favorite move to play. Yeah, you're trying to justify the extra material. This is a move to me, though, that signals that Naka's really up for a challenge, and d3 is a tepid response.
It's a tepid response. I actually think queen g3 was inaccurate. If we could pull up an analysis board early on here as Hikaru continues to expand on the queen side, I think he's managed to consolidate. MVL rushed queen g3. So as we pull up that board, queen to h5 apparently was a strong move. Why? Because it also prevents f6. It forces the knight back, and it opens up the e-file. What is White going to use that e-file to do? Well, there are all sorts of checkmating ideas. Queen d8, you can go d4. You could even consider a move like queen h6.
Oh my God!
And look at this. I'm not saying that's a good move. Black's not going to take, but that epitomizes, the extent of White's initiative. I mean, look at this position. This is awful. Look at this.
It's aesthetically so beautiful for white because none of the pawns can advance without being without compromising the king or the queen. So just oh my goodness!
This is lovely.
Hide the kids, hide the wife. That is insane. That is
hide them all.
Wow.
Fast forward. Get away from me.
This position is way different that we have on the board, and I think again white has you can maybe argue a slight lead in development here, maybe more than slight, but the problem is black's pawns are doing an excellent job of covering the business squares. The d5 square is covered, the e5 square is covered. There are some phantom tactical dynamics on d5, but nothing really too concrete in here, and black is taking more real estate with c4. So huge problem for white in the short term and the long term.
All of white's real estate is in foreclosure right now. The bank has seized all of MVL's assets, including the e-file, including the bishop on a2. Very sloppy play by Maxime after excellent opening preparation. The reason queen h5 was better, as you so artfully put it, Casa, is it took care of the business squares, right? Yeah, now you still have the e-file. Ostensibly, white still has the elements of compensation, but he doesn't have the same purchase on key squares in the center. In fact, Hikaru is actually running circles over him in the center. I think Hikaru might now trade on e4, and he would really, really want to complete his development with bishop c5. He does, and he gives up g7, but even if the queen takes g7, the rook on h8 is defended, and I think he can just take on e3 and take back on f4.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised either if king e7 happens. You connect the rooks, the king is quite secure in the center to me, and then the rook can come to g8 and start to do some damage there. But it's not necessary, and so queen takes f4 is a much more appropriate response. Endgames now are going to be awesome because this knight on f7 can jump to e5. It's just an unassailable outpost. There's no pawn on the d or f file for white to challenge it, and this bishop on a2 is just buried under rubble.
Indeed it is, and black just has this e5 square waiting for the knight. It's a nice seat by the fireplace, a glass of cab, and Maxime might need a glass of Cabernet after he goes down in this game because this match, this is what we talk about, Casa. It's starting to get out of control.
Yeah,
already.
And it's just, again, this was the first time the opening went truly badly, but it was one move really that turned it in many ways, this queen h5 move. So, but yeah, this is positional domination. This bishop on a2 is just doing absolutely nothing, and white might have to sack an exchange just to revive it, but that's not going to be enough compensation. And so
just taking a page from your book.
It's brutal here because again, it's an enduring problem. And so, okay, this is a sacrifice born out of desperation, and it will not be sufficient by any stretch. There are just too many targets for the black rook to run circles around this bishop on c4.
And there's too many avenues, right? It's like you can hold the e-file, you can maybe hold the g-file, but it just feels to me that eventually Hikaru is going to find some way to make inroads. Not suggesting that it's easy, but he's got how many different avenues? He's got the f-file, he's got the d-file, he's got the pathway through the dark squares, with his king. So he's got all sorts of countering roads, he's got the freeways, and white's got to keep all of that closed. And Hikaru trying to build another freeway down the h-file. Maybe it's a fortress. Maybe he can't make any progress here. But I think he can just walk his king to d4.
Yeah, the game within the game here is just to not allow the rook any infiltration on white side of the board. That's just going to be so much harder said than done. And I think the breakthrough essentially will probably happen with the rook nested on c3. I think at some point, if you can get in this rook c8, c3 under the right circumstances, it's just going to be hard. Okay, and this is actually even easier. The king on f3 is tethered to g3. The black king will just walk down the yellow brick road of the dark squares, and it's going to be a wrap.
But what you need to make sure is that in response to bishop e8, you need to make sure that you can hit the c2 pawn. So Hikaru does drop back to g8. I think that's the optimal square for the rook because it's A, holding down the bishop, and B, ready to move to c8 at the right moment. Now, after bishop b5, I think it's finally time for king c5 because bishop e8 can be met with a move like rook h6. Although g4, but okay, some counterplay. A check first, and then rook h6 to prevent g4. Exquisite.
Yeah, really smart. Although now the king can't enter via d4, so it's still tricky.
Rook h7, rook g7. Deflect. I mean, to make a run for it, you might actually have to sack h5, and that's really, really scary with 20 seconds. So Hikaru, still some work to do. Oh, the bishop's trapped!
The bishop's trapped. It's trapped.
Whoa! you got to go. It's over. King e7 and rook h6 picks up the bishop.
And Naka actually, I think, was surprised that it was trapped. I don't think he actually realized right away because he made a face like he did. Okay, here we go. This is a different setup now. Bishop takes d7 was not featured in any of the other Ross Limo games we'd had with d6. And I'm surprised that d3 and c3 is the follow-up. Typically, when you take on d7, you go for this Maroczy bind type of structure with c4 and knight c3 and then d4. This is a more modest type of setup, and I think black has no problems.
Absolutely, and I would throw in a5 and really get things started on the queen side. Not a huge fan of a6, MVL playing this a little bit more cautiously. Now Hikaru transforming the structure and garnering for himself this d5 square just to tie up the previous game. I thought what was so aesthetically pleasing was the way in which Hikaru pretended that his only winning plan was to infiltrate d4, and then the winning move was actually dropping the king back to d6. Suddenly, out of nowhere, that bishop was trapped, and we are getting a bunch of trades here. Who has the shorter end of the stick in the endgame?
So if you're looking at this, I would slightly prefer white, at least before rook c8, just because the bishop on c5 seemed better than its counterpart on g7. But the problem is the knight and the bishop are both a little bit loose on the c-file. So I think MVL's solved its problems objectively, although, yeah, it's still a tough position to navigate.
Agreed. I think rook c1 has to be played. He goes with the a rook. Now, eventually, leaving the a pawn without supervision might be dangerous. Knight c4, excellent move.
Yeah, taking advantage of the bishop on c5 being loose. Just a nice tactical solution there. And, yeah, knight e2 is coming.
Now, here's a line that has to be carefully calculated. Let's put it on the board, folks. Bishop takes c7,
I see exactly
knight e2.
where you're going with this, yeah.
And you see where I'm not going with this, because I think a newer player might say, oh, well, this is easy. Deflection and checkmate. No, because after rook d1, the knight suddenly drops back to g1 and blocks the check. So instead, what you're going to have to do here is play the move bishop to h6. White can actually go back to e1. The line continues. And after rook takes c4, white plays knight takes e5. Probably black has to do this, and then rook c4 with a slight edge in the endgame. So that was what Hikaru had to calculate, and ultimately he decides against it. He plays knight takes d4, costs a rook takes c5, knight back to f3, and now the prophylactic move, h6. Looks like Maxime now firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it might seem weird because the bishop on g7 needs a few moves to really assert itself, but basically here, black's rooks are a little bit more active. The knight on e7 has potential as to go to d4 at some point. And if we ever can talk about this bishop on f8, maybe getting to c5, maybe looking at f2, maybe just getting that fade and looking at a3, that is a lot of counterplay on white's potentially sensitive pawns. And so slight edge to black here, although it almost feels ridiculous to say that when we're talking about Nakamura.
For sure. But I think the key word there is potentially, right? It's important to evaluate pieces not just on their current level of activity, but also on what they are capable of under the right circumstances. And you look at this bishop, you say, well, it's a terrible bishop. It's biting on granite. First of all, the pawn is kind of an extension of the bishop, and both of these pieces are controlling the d4 square. But later on, the bishop does have this very nice f8, a3 diagonal to work with. And Hikaru is faced with a difficult defensive task. There is a tactic with knight takes e5. Technically, he wins a pawn, but Casa, that's purely temporary, and that actually gives this bishop a lot more leverage over the game by opening the long diagonal.
Yeah, and honestly, Naka goes for it, but really this a3 pawn is really the problem in white's position because this bishop on g7 controls the queening square, that a1 square, that long diagonal there. And if that a pawn is picked up, the 4 versus 4 will favor black because of that a pawn. And so that's really where this has to head for MVL. And I do like his time management thus far. No time scramble zone at the moment, although maybe I've spoken just a little bit too soon. It's important for him to stay up on the clock.
I do think a5 might be a case of many hands spoiling the broth, and he just missed rook c1, which is an excellent defensive move. He could have forked the a-pawn right away. Now, he actually will have a very hard time winning the a-pawn without having to give up his biggest asset, which is his bishop.
Yeah, and I'm actually getting a little bit concerned here because, yeah, after h4, which is a very, very astute move, giving yourself an escape square, I think I'd actually prefer to be white in a lot of these positions just because this white rook is more active practically. You can start to harass the f7 pawn with rook c8, rook c7, and knight e5 and kind of shake the tree of black's kingside structure. So I'm not optimistic at the moment.
No, and some hard decisions here for Maxime. If he plays f takes g6, well, you're giving white a passed pawn. And knowing Hikaru, having commentated him for as many years as I have, he is already flirting with the prospect of playing for win. I think to ensure the draw smoothly, Maxime should play king takes g6 in order to keep his pawns. Yes, they're isolated, but in order to prevent white from creating a kingside passer. Heads up call by MVL. We might see, okay, rook c6 check, forcing the king back, and we might see some sort of knight maneuver to f5. I would still be scared, Casa.
Yes,
I would be scared.
Yeah, I was going to say king g7, knight h4, and it is a dangerous position still. I think king h7 is a very, very precise move because now there's, you basically ensure that if the knight does go to h4, there's no follow-up check, and you can entertain rook a1 check, knight takes f2, and just get your counterplay in time.
And I think Hikaru, he knows that he can basically make a draw whenever he wants to. He can make a draw with 2 seconds on the clock here. And so he's still trying to... Okay, e6 I think is essentially an olive branch. He's technically down a pawn, but because of how weak black's king is, and because of how active white's piece tandem is, I think this should be a straightforward draw, though I'm surprised, actually, that Hikaru gave up the pawn like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky just because there's still some a2 and rook h1 check combination, and that rook would be protected on h1, so this is all of a sudden not going to be convenient.
Oh my gosh, and I think Hikaru overlooked it. Knight e4 check, and now knight c3.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, and is black winning here?
That's the question, because
oh my gosh,
there's just one pawn left on the king side.
But look at Hikaru. He's going to go knight f5, and he's going to orchestrate serious counterplay against black's king.
Enough.
The rook is going to move. The rook is going to move out.
It's not enough. It's not enough. The rook can move out and then block. This is not enough. MVL should win this one, and he has the time to do it.
And he's done it. Hikaru just resigning because there's no way to stop rook b1 and a1 queen. And MVL doing to Hikaru what Hikaru did to MVL a little bit earlier in that other endgame.
And are we going to get this position again? No, we're not going to get bishop b5 because now we have a classical Sicilian, not something we've seen in this match thus far. Very, very interesting. Will MVL go for bishop g5, which tends to be the most challenging main line, or will he go for something more tepid? h3, that is tepid, but is still playable, still reasonable, and we'll see now this shift almost to some type of Najdorf style setup with e5. Very interesting.
Yeah, so this started out as a rouser. h3, definitely not the most common response. This is more positional because I find it very unlikely at this point that white will castle queenside. Virtually no chance of that. Instead, white is, of course, playing for the d5 square, and it's hard for newer players, I think, Casa, to understand the appeal of this line for black. What I would say is that the d5 square, it's the most visually striking element of the position, but it doesn't tell the whole story. If you've seen how people play the Sveshnikov, you know that black has a lot of play on the king side to counterbalance the weakness of this square. But I still think that white has a slight advantage objectively.
Yeah, in the next few moves, white will probably look to play castle and c3 to cover that d4 square. And essentially, you'll see the contours take shape where black will have the bishop pair typically. This bishop might even drop back to h6 at the right moment. And essentially say that, oh, here we go. And essentially say that that is enough compensation for the d6 pawn, which is surprisingly a pawn that's not won very much in Sicilians. As much as it's perceived as a backward pawn and a weakness, it's rarely actually won. So that's what we're seeing here.
And we might also see the move knight a5 lessening white's grip on the d5 square. That might have been underestimated by MVL. Also grabbing the other bishop. There we go. And this is going in Hikaru's direction now. I think knight takes b3 and f5 is an option. And you're doing work on the king side. We might also see the move g6 here. Very, very typical.
Yeah, I also think it was very instructive. The rook a d1 was played instead, or rook d1 was played instead of bishop c2, keeping that light square bishop, because one thing you don't want to see as white when you play these structures is a recapture on d5 with the pawn. Once you do that, black's pawn majority is set in motion even more conveniently than it might be now, and there's no pressure on the d6 pawn. So it's very important for white's rook to establish on d1 so that you can recapture the rook if that ever happens.
This is a slightly cringe analogy, but I thought it was effective. I never forgot. And Aaron Nimzovich in his STEM book, My System, one of the first kind of positional manuals, He compares this to going to the dentist and getting your cavity filled on the house, courtesy of your opponent, right? As long as there's a piece on d5, the cavity is occupied by a piece. But when the pawn lands on a weak square, it's just like filling a cavity, right? Because the pawn itself is not extracting the maximum value out of the weak square. So I think your point is well taken, and it's a very important one for newer players to understand. Speaking of squares, h4 is not played in order to attack. It's played in order to increase white's grip on the g5 square.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a double-edged move to me because you do soften the g4 square. So whenever you're pushing pawns, always look at the squares adjacent to where they are now pushed because those are usually potential weaknesses. So push h4, you look to the left, you see g4's sensitive. That's the cost of that move.
Indeed. But how does black exploit that? And first of all, does black reinforce that square by shifting the queen over to d8? Because knight g5... there's a cascade effect if white takes on g5. f6 becomes a stronghold for white's other knight.
Yeah, and it's funny because the queen on d8 does cover g5. It's such a savvy little juke there. I don't love the queen lined up against this rook on d1, though. I keep seeing visions of a knight takes e5 happening at some point if the knight on d5 vacates. So, you know how I feel about connected rooks as well. I don't love the queen there long term, but does very concretely address the knight g5 move.
Indeed. I like black's position from a low time point of view. I generally am partial to the side with the initiative, but Hikaru recaptures with the pawn. He keeps his pawn structure intact, but what a heads-up move by MVL. Knight g5, sacrificing the pawn, and I think he might have the strike f4, which Hikaru probably missed, shattering black's pawns and exploiting the x-ray. Casa, we thought it was going to be against the queen, but there's also an x-ray against the light-squared bishop, and that's the x-ray that MVL is exploiting with this move.
And it's so funny you mentioned this f4 move because we had a discussion about hanging pawns in a King's Indian themed position that Naka won that came from a Sicilian that became a Chigorin. And essentially we said the hanging pawns aren't such a big deal there because the bishop was influencing on the diagonal. Very different story here. There is not really much of a kingside attack anymore. And white's play in the center is the most dominant feature in this position. And that's what we're seeing here. You're going to see rook d1 shortly.
Or g4.
Oh
just
my goodness.
Slicing away at black's pawn chain. This is MVL at his finest. He is never afraid to make moves like g4. He knows that because his pieces are so superior to black's, the king is actually much safer than it appears.
Yeah, and this is extremely, extremely high class. I mean, just very impressive. Now you can even consider going to an endgame, right? You take on f5, take on e4. It's just one check after queen g4 check. The king can come to f2 and it's probably fine. So I am now loving all the endgame potential here, but here we go.
MVL has to take this game. I think you'd agree with me. He can't squander an opportunity after such a well-played positional game. I would have gotten the rook over to f6. I would still get the rook to f6, rook f6, and rook f7. And he's picking up more pawns. This is totally winning. Hikaru might just resign.
Yeah, and very, very important here to collect the h-pawn. Collect the h-pawn. Yeah, that's enough.
Yep. And he ties the score. 2 wins in a row for MVL. And he wins this one in sparkling positional fashion.
Yeah, really brilliant stuff. And here we go. Okay, we're back in this... we're back in sort of the Rossolimo in the Bishop b5 Moscow Sicilian check land. But again, I'm really surprised that Nakamura is not going for the c4 Maroczy bind style grip and is instead going for c3 d4. Typically, these positions take on a bit of a French type of structure. Black will play e6 and knight f6 or knight g7, and the light squared bishops are off the board. So it's a much better version of these types of structures for black than is typical. So, yeah, I can recall actually there was a World Cup tiebreak, I believe, where Duda won a black side of this type of structure against Magnus.
Ah, good memory. I remember that match. And MVL obviously did not play bishop d6. He can't play it now either because of e takes d5. And because of the pin down the e-file, black cannot recapture. So instead, he finds a workaround. But there's that h4 move again. The position taking on the contours of their previous game in this variation, where you might remember MVL went queenside and got checkmated. Now he goes kingside, but the drawback is that there is a knight on h8. That
and it's
literally
so funny
is the drawback.
Yeah, it is truly hilarious to see this because it really does get redeployed quite quickly, but even so, I never like encouraging White's H-pawn expansion with H4, H5. It just, again, we saw a pawn H6 in a much earlier game in the match. It just becomes a thorn in Black's side the entire time. And I'm a little surprised, actually, that Hikaru didn't chuck in H6 before Knight F7 was played. But regardless, the Knight is back in the position, and it's not as bad as it looks for Black. It's quite tenable, actually, although F4 might be a nice outpost for White's pieces now.
Indeed. And he's trying to get his knight there, maybe his bishop there. But right now he's got to deal with the pressure exerted by Black's rook on White's queen. I like Maxim's position. The E5 square, yeah, it's technically a long-term weakness, but it's very well defended by Black's minor pieces.
And again, if you just want to take the temperature in a position without even knowing much about chess or even the rules of the game and all, just ask yourself, whose rooks are connected first? It's usually a decent indicator of how the game's going. And Black got there first. Again, it doesn't tell the whole story, but it tells you that, one person has their pieces activated and kind of involved in the game.
Do you flick in D4? What's your take on that?
I honestly wasn't going to do so, just because I think in some lines maybe those pawns could be sensitive on the queen side, particularly the black pawns, that is, on the dark squares. I wouldn't be too keen on it. That being said, space matters, and now D3 could be a long-term weakness. But it's a matter of taste. I kind of like to keep the flexibility as well, and when you play the D4 move, you slightly become inflexible.
But your point is well taken. Not only is the D5 square now a stronghold for White's knight, and there's H6. Hikaru flicks it in, might follow up with Bishop G5 and try to get the knight across to D5. Practically, I feel like MVL has brought upon himself a lot of difficulties. He's also down on time. Maybe he can get away with knight C6 to E5 here, targeting the F3 square. Instead, he trades off the other knight, and I think Hikaru is likely to take and deploy his knight to F4. And if MVL can get all of the rooks off the board, I think with every piece trade, Black's defensive task becomes easier, and the influence of the H6 pawn is diminished.
Yeah, I will say, I think the position now will come down to whose knight is going to insert itself more. We have this knight on C6, this black knight, potentially could get onto looking at the F3 square at some point. That would be a bit scary. Also, the knight on G2, if it gets to D5, that's going to start to menace the black king. So, to me, it's about whether these knights activate. And, that was a very nice Chris Berman-esque sound effect there, Danya. I've seen you deploying that from time to time.
I'm just so happy you know where it comes from. Chris Berman is the OG whoop guy, and that's where I learned it from. And here comes the knight to E5. And Black's knight is just much closer to the promised land. It's like in the Hunger Games when you're stationed closer to the, what is it called, the cornucopia, than your enemies. The knight is coming to E5. Hikaru, I think, wants to play queen takes B7, so he's simultaneously maintaining contact with F3 and keeping contact with the G7 square, reducing the activity of Black's queen, which has to babysit that square.
Yeah, and to me, I think you probably jettison that B7 pawn to get that activity. I think the knight on E5, having that activity, is more important than the pawn. But the thing is, actually, White has queen D5 check in those lines after queen takes B7, which is maybe why MVL was turned off from it.
He takes H6, so he's sick and tired of that pawn, but it comes at a great cost. Not only is his knight not on E5, but I think he's allowed Hikaru the opportunity to trade off all the rooks. I said that favored Black earlier, but with White's queen as active as it now is, and Black's queenside pawns as weak as they now are, I thought that the trade of rooks would favor White. Hikaru, though, getting his queen to D5, MVL missed that move, and he's blundered C5. He's blundered C5!
Yeah, and now this knight has to go back to F7, which is a tragic place for that knight. Queen E6 would have failed to rook takes E5, by the way.
Just a blind spot for Maxime. He missed that check on D5. Hikaru doesn't even have to rush, I was going to say, but F4, what a move. King F2 is being prepared.
I'm just totally surprised, though, because I would have been very tempted to just lop off C5 or F5.
Take it.
This is surprising to me. E3 also is a little bit of a weakness now,
Uh-oh. I thought MVL should have tried to get his knight to G4, and to do that, he had to kick the queen off of the pin with tempo. Now he's given Hikaru the tempo, and Hikaru can use that tempo to reposition his rooks and force the black queen onto a square that is rightfully belongs to the knight. Instead, he takes FG, paving the way for knight f4. Oh, the queen gets trapped.
It's also quite remarkable to me. Queen takes c5, queen takes d4 comes with check in so many instances. Whoa, allowing queen f3.
Rook e3. And MVL takes over the initiative.
And there's no meaningful checks. Queen d7, rook f7.
Knight e4 is mate. Knight e4 is mate.
Knight e4, queen f3.
This is winning. This is also winning. All of a sudden, the tables turned completely. Hikaru forgot about the e2 square.
Rook e2 is crushing. Also, rook f3 is probably also crushing, but knight e4 as well.
Okay, where's the mate, though? Where's the mate? Rook e1, king h2, and Hikaru lives to fight another day?
Rook takes...
He lives to fight another day? 2 seconds, and MVL is losing it. Queen g3, knight g2. Hikaru's still in the game. Hikaru's still in the game.
Oh, my goodness.
He's going to save
it.
Knight takes d3 should be tried. He face saved it.
Hey, you know what? You know what I'll say about that? In previous games in this match, MVL would have kept that going in the scramble. I respect the decision to punt on that one and go to another game because the match is still in the balance. So I actually commend, it's very rare I'll commend a repetition, but given how some of the other games had gone in those scrambles, I'm cool with that.
I think we need to bring back the analysis board, folks. I'll take no more than 10 seconds to show where MVL missed the final win, because you might be looking at this and saying, what on earth just happened? Don't worry, we don't know either. But the last point at which MVL was winning cleanly was here, where he had this move, knight e4 check, slicing off the contact between the queen and the f3 square. This literally ends in checkmate. Then later on, instead of rook takes h1, he could have played this move, rook takes f4. Why? With the idea of queen h5, knight, not f3, but h3, f2, queen h1 mate. Try that on for size, folks. How did he miss that with 5 seconds left against Hikaru?
Yeah, the former tactic with knight e4 was the one you just gotta have. You just gotta have it. Again, that was, I mean, I think it was the right decision to take the repetition when it finally was there at the end.
Oh, at that point, yes. Okay, back to this game.
Very, very different position we have now. We have, I believe, something that must have come from a Kalashnikov, which is a setup where the d6 square is also, or the d5 square is also under white's control, but black has excellent counterplay in the dark squares, and we see that now with even the dark square bishops coming off the board, but you see the d4 square is soft, the f4 square is soft, so it's really not the end of the world that the d6 pawn is a bit of a weakness.
Yeah, and unlike that previous Rouser game, like you pointed out, white's control over d5 is far less impressive. You could drop your bishop back to e2, but don't forget that black also has the d4 square. Hikaru, I think, just trying to eradicate his weakness with d5. He solved all of his problems. This is dead equal.
Yeah, and if you really were to pick anyone, you might ever so slightly prefer black, because typically in Sicilians, if black is gotten in the d5 square, d5 break cleanly without incurring any damages, usually that's a great thing. And so black is fine, but so is white. It's nothing's dramatic has happened yet.
Yeah, maybe like you said, a smidge preferable, the marvelous smidge Maisel, but I don't think it's anything significant. And I think bishop e4 is a heady move by Maxime to take black's most active piece off the board. In a classical game, the players would already start looking at each other and preparing the piece accords. But in a blitz game, exciting things might still happen.
Yeah, and how do you try to win this game as black? Well, first of all, you have this h5, h4 business, which we see AlphaZero style in all types of positions. And also the king side pawn majority, particularly with that e-pawn and end games, sometimes it starts to assert itself. Queen c6 is a surprising choice to me, though.
That is not a move, I think, that would be on the radar of the vast majority of chess players, myself included. Not just because it looks like it blunders a pawn, although it doesn't because c2 hangs, but because after queen c6, ostensibly, black ruins his pawn structure. But Casa, in rook endgames, pawn structure works much differently than it does in the middle game. And isolated pawns are not inherently bad in endgames. I think Hikaru will try to prove that by grabbing control of the d-file.
Yeah, I'd also contend, again, that you see this e-pawn I mentioned before, that majority is going to be harder to mobilize than white's queenside majority. And this is a little dangerous here because black will play moves like h5, h4, g5, and start to boa constrict. I like rook d3 just because he's trying to fight for the file, but black has boa constricting potential here.
And just not to harp too much on the pawn structure, but the point is that white doesn't have the firepower to access or to attack these isolated pawns because white has to babysit the d file. And will Hikaru take the ambitious route? He does take an ambitious route, not the one I thought he would take with c4, sacking the pawn, opening up a pathway for his rook to b2. But of course, the d8 rook will also be hanging. So after bc, what is his intended follow-up?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Oh, he is taking on BC. I was
B3.
actually not thinking he would take, but yeah, rook B3 is extremely effective
missed
here.
it.
And I think this was missed. Yeah,
This
you
was
can see
missed.
it. Yeah, he's rolling his eyes here because now you essentially you can sort of indirectly guard the c4 pawn because the rook on b3 can't be recaptured without strengthening white's pawn chain and defending the c4 pawn. So a bit of a miss here. Now white might be able to play for a little bit. F4.
Oh man, he's like Frankenstein. He created his own monster. Hikaru, he created the b file. Now rook b6 check, and white is making gains on the queen side. I spoke too soon. I said those pawns were unassailable. They were impervious to attack. Well, the last thing you want to do is open up a file and give white an avenue toward attacking those pawns. I would just grab a6, and rook d4 can be met with rook to a4, keeping his loot. And it's a 3-on-0 on the queen side.
And again, it's still tricky because the pawn structure for white on the queen side is not ideal, but black does still have a majority on the king side. But this game really turned thus far with this c4 move that Nakamura played, trying to sack a pawn, but it actually kind of activated white's rook. So white's got to now consider a4, rook a1, and starting to make the majority of his own.
There's a lovely tactical idea with rook to e1, threatening rook takes e5 and rook b5. MVL spotted it. He found the right moment for it. And I think rook b5 is coming next, even if black drops the rook back, which he will. This is technically winning now for Maxime. Can he cash in before the break? Oh, he's taking everything.
These rooks are going to essentially play Pac-Man with the pawns. And so that's why Nakamura got up. He's like, you know what? This was not my finest hour.
Oh my gosh, this was an incredible game. It was a dead draw. It was peaceful, and suddenly Hikaru gets overambitious, misses rook b3, and MVL is back on top in this match. How many twists and turns, Casa, have we had? And we're barely halfway through the match.
If you're not entertained, I don't know what's wrong with you. This is just incredible back and forth affair thus far, and I think we're going to see a few twists still to come.
Incredible. Casa, this has been such a fun match to watch. And the best part is that it's a 1-point match. The best part is still ahead. MVL leads 7.5, 6.5, folks. We hope you're enjoying the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be back with the second part of the 3-minute portion on the other side of this short break.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why did you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. God, it's the same thing every time. Why did you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this day is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why is that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, C4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update. Take that, bro. Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more. Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
A pensive expression on the face of Hikaru Nakamura, who faces a 1-point deficit in this semifinal match of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase against the Frenchman with 3 names. Well, as we pointed out at the beginning of the show, these two players faced each other in the 2020 SCC final, and the match started very similarly to the one today. Hikaru with a 1-point lead after the 5+1 portion. The 3-minute portion was all tied, and the bullet is where Hikaru really took off. Right now, MVL is dominating the 3-minute portion, which Hikaru himself called his best 60 minutes of the match. How concerned is Hikaru? How many twists and turns, Casa, are we going to see in this match?
Yeah, and the question for me is whether he's looking forward or is he looking back with some regret over what transpired over the last few games. Still very much in the balance, but I think we're going to see several more twists and turns, Danya.
And this match can be divided into 4 stages. First, the 3-point lead by MVL. Then, second stage, Hikaru comes back, gets a lead himself. Then, MVL ties the match again, and now MVL seizes the momentum with a 1-point lead with 2 victories in a row. Can Hikaru take that momentum back from him and keep this match close, keep this match tied going into the bullet? I think, Casa, that Hikaru would most certainly not mind a tie, maybe even a 1-point deficit, because he believes that he can pull away in the bullet once again.
Yeah, I think MVL needs to kind of widen the gap here, extend the lead a little bit, just because he needs I would say he wants a little bit more of a cushion heading into the bullet, but we'll see how things develop.
Indeed, and we have another Moscow variation. Once again, MVL covering with the bishop, and once again, we get this King's Indian attack type. I don't know what to call this pawn structure. You know, it's like an old friend. You recognize his face, but you don't remember if you went to elementary school with him or he was an old coworker. Like, what is this?
Yeah, and it's really surprising to me that MVL is going for this position where he's encouraging the H-pawn forward, because it feels like practically speaking, that H pawn gets to H6, it's just, tough to deal with. But he's saying, no big deal. And we have the first deviation here from Naka with D4, which is very different than what we saw in previous games because it potentially creates some IQP scenarios.
And that knight on H8 actively bothers me. It causes physical pain until it gets to F7, which it does. And I think it's really interesting that the players are repeating the same openings, but every time they're managing to get a slightly different structure.
Yeah, and it's funny here, I would not be surprised to see knight B1 and knight C3. This knight on D2 is a terrible, terrible piece right now. Robert would say, the pawn on D5 is restricting the knight on D2, and he would be correct in saying that.
Whoa.
We see it so often. F4, was that necessary? He's trying to carve out the F5 square, but
no, man.
Not totally necessary.
I don't think this is bad for black per se. I just don't understand the necessity of giving that pawn away. MVL has shown a predilection for this F6, F5 move, which he played again this game. Now he's probably going to, whatever you do, if you're black, you have to keep control of the F5 square at all costs. And he does that by bringing the queen to F7 and targeting the H5 pawn. Hikaru might want to drop this knight away from F3 to reinforce that pawn. Maybe back to H2. I don't know. What do you make? Who's better here? Who's playing for the initiative?
I would say that black is fine. I would say it's probably about equal. I like now that this bishop redeployed to B6, just keeping an eye on the D4 pawn. And this knight on C6 can always reinforce the one on F5 and go knight E7. So I actually think if the blockade can't be lifted on the F5 square, it'll be all right for black.
Rook to D3. Hikaru bringing the beef in and overprotecting the D4 pawn. MVL could centralize his queen on E4, and just as I say that, he does. Rook E1 guarding the queen, preventing bishop takes D4, which now fails tactically because, the queen will fall, and then you'll lose whatever piece appears on D4. Time for a patient move for Maxime. Maybe something like Rook E7, Rook F7, I don't know.
Yeah, Rook E7, Rook F7. I also am still looking at knight E7, knight F5 as a maneuver, but it needs to be timed up right. And maybe the knight stays on C6 for a while just because it freezes the E3 bishop.
Maybe exchange sacrifice, Petrosian style on F4, yes? Casa Corley style?
Yeah, not yet. I would like it, but not yet. We need more ammunition, and that's why the rooks get doubled.
Okay, queen trade? Anybody queen trade? The exchange sacrifice is not just possible, but I think even more probable after the queens are off the board because these two pawns are very likely to fall. Hikaru doesn't have much of a choice. I guess he can play queen F3 and keep the queens on the board, and he does keep the queens on the board. Maybe fearing that exchange sack, but he's got to go back.
Yeah, I don't think he saw bishop D8 because this is not ideal. Maybe king G2, just an improving move. I'm not so sure the exchange sacrifice is enough just yet. It looks extremely attractive, but I don't know.
I'm pushing an agenda here. I just want to see rook takes F4.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if you have the knight on G4, maybe you reinforce it with F3, and then you get the D4 pawn. But now you're allowing queen H3 potentially, or queen E4 again.
Okay, I thought queen H3 was a golden opportunity for black to expand on the king side. Instead, knight E7. Now queen H3 loses its luster because it walks right into the lateral X-ray. And MVL just kind of taking the slow approach and saying, as long as I have control over the F5 score, Hikaru has no active plan here. A draw is a good result here for black, I think.
I actually would consider shifting gears and playing on the C file. You can entertain rook C8 and rook F7 and try and get some counterplay over yonder. And I don't know, it seems like it's some counterplay.
The issue with knight E7 is that black has no good spot to put his queen. He wants to get rid of it and play knight F5, but you've got no good square for the queen because queen E4 is a little bit flimsy, and then once you play knight F5, you actually could lose your queen. And so MVL trying to open up a little bit more real estate on the king side. Now he might try to go after this pawn with knight G8. How about that? And he does.
Yeah. And G6 was a winning attempt. This was a very aggressive winning attempt because it was not needed. And now Naka's going to try and say, if you pick off that pawn, I'm going to get counterpawn on the H file.
But now G5 is a possibility. And there it is. Not when I expected it, when you least expected it. But
yeah, my beef with it now is that the H pawn is on the board. The black king is much weaker in my estimation than the white king. I just don't think the timing was right.
I don't know, though. Bishop takes d4. There goes that pawn. I think a lot will depend on whether Maxime can find a good spot for the knight. Right now, it's happy to be on its initial square. I actually don't remember if this is the g8 knight or the knight that was originally on b8. I agree. I think practically this is a very difficult position to play. He's just allowed an unfavorable queen trade, and I think Hikaru might be taking this game if he finds queen h4. Was there ever any doubt?
There we go. And again, it's all about this h6 pawn. I would have been in love with the exchange stack if the h6 pawn was off the board. But as long as that king has back rank problems, it's hard to entertain that working out.
That's a great call, Casa. I think I overestimated the sacrifice at various points, but this here included. Once the queens disappear, these massive holes in Black's position start to manifest themselves. Black just doesn't have the ammunition, the machinery to protect everything. The rook is coming to e1. I think Black is dead lost here.
Yeah, and again, this Black king has massive back rank issues. It's just entombed there. So rook e1 is going to be easy enough, and e6 will drop shortly thereafter.
Ooh.
And then the whole position will collapse like a house of cards.
Rook b3, rook takes b7, also possible. You don't even have to rush with the rook take. I would throw in rook b3 first. Hikaru is going to do just that, I think. Rook b3 is such a typical Hikaru move, going for perfection, even when rook takes e6 will suffice.
Yeah, great observation. You know the man well.
I do. I've played too many games with him.
Yeah, and again, e6 is still hanging, although knight d8 is what you have to avoid, so that's why rook d7 was played first.
So easy to squander the game up until the very last moves. We take it for granted that these players convert winning advantage. Rook f7, by the way. Oh, he just takes d5. Also good. And he ties the match. And an infuriating loss for Maxime because he was driving that game for a lot of the middle game. Forget all of that. We have one a6. Hikaru back to his roots.
And it's so funny because whenever MVL starts to feel himself and he tries to really go for it, it's when things rebound. If the time scrambles or the playing for a win in those last few moments, he should have been a little bit more patient there. And here we go. We've seen this a6 c6 business in previous matches that Naka has played, and I have not seen a white player yet punish the setup. And so I'm curious what in your opinion, Danya, is the best way to punish this a6, c6 business? Because I'm not so sure the advanced structures, these advanced caros, are the right way. I feel like you should just develop and keep tension.
Well, I'm going to answer by dodging the question at first. And I'm going to share a famous story with e4, a6. I think and by the way, you've got to be very careful there. Knight takes d7.
Knight takes d7 and c6. Yeah.
But I think Hikaru might have sacked the exchange there with something like BC. In 1980, though, Anatoly Karpov at the European Team Championship, he faced the move 1a6 from Tony Miles, and he lost the game. This was a classical game. Tony Miles, the flamboyant British Grandmaster, defeated peak Karpov with e4, a6, except he played it more traditionally with b5. And Karpov, rumor has it, was incredibly angry after that game. He felt disrespected. But nowadays, I think a6 is almost turning into a full-fledged move. It's not actually that bad. Although if you look at this position, Casa, you would be forgiven for thinking that it is bad. This is that bad. Yeah, look at this.
White's rooks are connected. We see that as an indicator. All of White's pieces are excellently placed except that rook on h1, which can get to e1 with speed, with alacrity. And essentially, yeah, this is not... I'll be shocked if Naka survives this one.
And there's this idea of just shoving the f-pawn up the board and sizzling initiative down the e-file. So first, move the queen maybe to h5, close your eyes, and f4, f5 is going to be devastating. It would be so nice if Black could castle. Unfortunately, you've already moved your rook 1,000 times.
Yeah, and if you think about how Black could maybe turn this around, it would be because White messes this up. Frankly, White has to, essentially mess up going forward with this attack here, but it seems to play itself. I mean, f4, f5 is so nice. In fact, I actually wouldn't have gone queen g3. I probably would have gone queen h3, but it does freeze the bishop on f8.
Well, you asked how a6 should be punished. I show you this position. We're going to play some Pictionary. I'm just going to show you this charade.
Yeah. So... Just a rough spot.
Man, there's just no moves. And not all lost positions are the same. Sometimes you're losing, but you've got counterplay. Here, you just have this total feeling of helplessness as you watch White's f-pawn ascend up to f5, smashing through the center. In a classical game, I think resigning would be an option. In a blitz game, I would try king d8, close your eyes, and hope for the best after f5.
All right, I like bishop b5 as an attempt to try to kind of evacuate and kind of stem the tide. It's just not going to work. The idea might be queen c6 and king d7 and trying to hold on the light squares. It's just going to collapse. And yeah, bishop g7 is the way you initiate those proceedings.
And now we're going to see a resignation because rook h7, f takes c6, and queen g6 picks up the rook. What a game. 20 moves. And I think we might not see another instance of 1-8. Something tells me Hikaru might want to retire that opening for the duration of this match.
Yeah, and here we go. We have this knight a3 business again, but it's really c3 Sicilian vibes. And again, this is usually what you see. We saw knight b5 siding earlier. Normally you go d4, and after cd4, you go knight b5 to threaten the fork, and that's typically how this goes. Although queen e4 check here might be a little bit of a difference. I'm not sure.
Oh, man, I think that was actually a mistake by Hikaru. I analyzed this pretty recently. If we could pull up an analysis board, now we're going to see long castle. So we're actually going to see a similar position. And ignore the double exclaim. This is a typical move. You're just threatening fork on c7. What I think Maxime should have done is taken immediately. And after knight b5, long castle is really, really bad for black and for white. And the reason why is that you can't play knight takes d4 because suddenly after e5, the queen on d1 is undefended. And if instead you take with a pawn on d4, then after e5, black gets a raging initiative due to the bishop coming out to b4. So a big miss here actually in the opening by Maxime after Hikaru messes up the move order. Instead, what's the difference now? The difference now is that the queen on d1 is defended and the move e5 no longer works. In fact, it just drops a bishop.
Yeah, and I must confess, I wasn't aware of that detail, but it's funny that you see, whoa, knight e7 here. This is c4 a problem, or?
You know, the problem might just be knight takes c6 and then trade queens and snag a pawn on a7. I've had good breakfast, but he takes on f5 instead.
That is helpful because now maybe queen takes f5, maybe keeps things together.
Although there is knight d6 check. But then you could trade. Oh, it takes a knight d5.
Knight d5. You know me, my exchange sacrifices. you know. But yeah, it's funny. A lot of players, and Magnus in particular, have been using the c3 Sicilian as a weapon, particularly in scenarios where they have a lead. And so it's interesting to see Naka go for this. And a lot of players aren't actually bringing the bishop to f5. I've seen recently. A lot of players are going e6, bishop e7, and handling the position that way. So maybe that's kind of what's giving it its flavor.
I think the c3 Sicilian is in the category of openings that has like a split personality. You can play c3 as a very solid weapon against the Sicilian if you're in a not must draw, but if a draw, let's say, wins a mini match as it does in the World Cup. That's why Magnus played it against Gukesh. But you can also play it very aggressively. It was my main opening for several years when I was below 2000, and I still play it regularly in Blitz, and it's a very combative weapon if you play the main lines. So here, I think Hikaru playing it combatively. He's playing it for a win. But I feel like with the trade of the knight for the bishop and the opposite colored bishops, black should be able to hold the draw, even though white's got the 3-on-1 on the queen side, and that might present long-term danger.
Yeah, knight e3 was a must. And essentially, I think the e3 pawn's going to be a target, and the queen side, the king side pawns, g2 and h2, might also be potential targets. And as you can see, black's rooks are going to jump into the position just a little bit quicker than white's. And so white's willing to jettison the e3 pawn and still play with the majority, and it's going to be an interesting position, but I would actually prefer black if I had to choose anyone, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, bishop takes e3, threatens rook d2. Hikaru will deploy his bishop on d3, and will we see Hikaru draw Nakamura and Maxime Vachier draw grave, or will this game spiral out of control? Black's clock is spiraling down to 0 right now. And that worries me. He doesn't take the pawn.
What? Why not? Why not?
Bishop takes c3, I thought was just de rigueur. And now, b4, and white carves out this nice little window for the bishop on b3. Rook e2, though.
Rook d1.
Oh, man. Oh, whoa. Sacking the bishop.
I don't get this. I guess rook d2, rook f, rook b1. Wow.
Going for mate. He's going for mate.
This is pretty cool, because even if you actually don't get the piece back and you don't get mate, you're going to lop off enough pawns that objectively speaking, or practically speaking rather, it might be hard for white to consolidate.
Knowing Hikaru, I think he might go king a3 here in order to meet rook takes b2 with bishop c4. And the idea of that is that then the king is making contact with whichever rook appears on b2. You could also go the other way. You could go to c4 and hide using the c-pawn as an umbrella, but you also could get checkmated there. If we could pull up an analysis board here really quickly, how could you get mated here? Well, here after rook takes b2, apparently the winning move is bishop d3. But if you fall asleep, yes, you get mated here on d5. So this would be one way to lose the game. But after bishop d3, b5 is no longer dangerous, and the king is safe as houses. So apparently king c4 is best, and Casa so important that rook f2 can be met with bishop g2 and white gets out of the pin. But I called it. I said it, and he played it. King a3 on the board.
But Danya, in the line that's on the board now, I feel that even if, a pair of rooks are traded, if black secures b2 and h2, I'm just not convinced that white has any type of winning chances, and black practically with the pawns might be able to do something.
You're totally right. And a2 and h2, and how many pawns is he going to have, let alone the fact that he's going after white's king? But there is no mate. The king is going to evacuate to d3. I agree, Casa. I think you just snag the h-pawn and say, listen, I've got 3 pawns for the bishop, and I've got a very compact 4-on-1 on the king side.
Yeah, I would take black here every day of the week, because really black's king on c7 is quite safe in my estimation, at least for the moment. So black can maybe start to initiate some majority with something like h5 in short order. And, then we'll see what really happens. But I don't know, would you keep a pair of rooks on the board or move it? I actually would move the rook.
I would pursue with rook d2. I would go rook hd2. And now the big moment, Hikaru could go rook h1 because the d5 square is now protected. So b5 is not mate. It's not mate. He keeps the rooks on the board. I would keep pursuing.
He
goes back to d6.
I don't agree with this. Again, he's going for it almost like it's a winning attempt. And again, the time situation is not such where he should do it. He's got 3 seconds.
And this is a big moment of truth. This will show us how MVL will fare in the bullet, because this will happen often in the bullet. He tries to trade rooks at all costs, and he succeeds, but Hikaru is going after his kingside pawns. Rook f8, and he's going to drop pawns. Bishop takes.
Still some play here, maybe h5.
But now the c-pawn. C-pawn moves forward.
h4.
Oh, he's dropped g3.
G3 said. 4-on-0. Let's go. Push those pawns.
And rook takes c4 and king d5, and Hikaru might drop the bishop. h4.
h4 and g4 has got to be played.
Black is winning. Rook b6, pinning the bishop.
Pinning. And that's it.
He gives it up.
Sack it. King g3.
f4, f3, f2.
March him down the yellow brick road, and that is enough.
f2, h2, f2, h2, g2, h1, f1. It is all winning. R2, d2, and a 2-point lead.
Impressive.
Hikaru can't believe it. He's smiling. It's not a smile of joy. It's an incredulous smile. How did that happen? You called it, Casa, the entire time. The pawns decided the game.
Yeah, I just felt practically those pawns could just mosey up the board, but Hikaru let go of the rope a little bit there, and he has reason to be frustrated. So we'll see what happens in this one. We're back in our anti-Sicilian land in a way. We're back in sort of like a positional Najdorf type of structure where white will likely give up the bishop pair but have control over the d5 square, and the battle lines will be drawn.
Yeah, well said, well described. I mean, a little breath of fresh air, a little peace after the war. And I think even more impressive than the win itself is how MVL acquitted himself in these low time situations, because we're looking forward to the bullet. There's less than 6 minutes to go, and the bullet is where, as I said earlier, a lot of the bread is buttered. So if MVL can stay on equal terms with Hikaru in time scrambles, then he has every shot of maintaining his lead in the bullet. Okay, king is on e7, Casa.
Yeah, I was going to say, folks might be kind of bewildered by that king on e7, but this is actually something you will see in some of these Sicilian positions when there's a trade on e7. The point is that you reinforce the d6 pawn for a moment with the king, and you wind up going queen c7 and putting a rook on d8, maybe the other rook to e8 or c8, and your king winds up going to f8 and being fine. So it's more a cosmetic, temporary cosmetic dynamic than a long-term deal.
Yeah, the king's going to Sephora pretty soon. Back to f8. As Hikaru chases the knight out of g5, posing MVL with a dilemma. Do you trade? He does. Will he follow up with f4, or is he going to take more of a slow burn approach and get the rook to d1, maybe even put the pawn on f3? Looks like Hikaru solved his problems. I might even take black here because of how compact your pawn structure is in the center.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised that MVL took on e6, but I do think in a blitz game, it's actually quite hard to keep the central structure together because it's so hard to push through d5. So you're basically keeping it together and trying to play elsewhere. And I think white has a little bit more freedom in the middle game, but Naka's doing a great job of holding the structure together, and it'll be a question of how white's able to improve. I do feel like, yeah, you're demonstrating it, that c4 move, that knight redeploying from c3 somewhere else. Tough to move that knight, though.
And it's precisely why Hikaru played queen c7, and now the battle revolves around whether the knight is free to roam about the cabin. Hikaru says no. It's like, pushing the closet and a bunch of furniture so the bad guys don't get through the door. That's what that reminds me of. Now the knight can't move at all, and now Hikaru can advance his b-pawn, although MVL could nip that in the bud with b4, but that also weakens the c4 square. So very curious what kind of approach Hikaru will take here. Rook d2, prophylaxis, nicely done. I would
do not trade queens here.
No,
do not trade queens here.
Not out of the question.
Because then the end games would be tragic with the c2 pawn being weak. And white is going to try knight d1, knight e3, but black is going to try and jump on white's king before that happens.
With something like rook g8, maybe h4. Hikaru actually playing very positionally, carving out the dark squares for his knight. Do you like this decision?
I don't. I think that the knight will be excellent on f4, g3, but I think it'll be hard for white. Hard for black to kind of break through with this knight on e3 being so well positioned.
You're exactly right. It's like the then what question. Okay, you got your knight to the best square. Nice. What now? And there's Hikaru's answer. He opens up a second front, trading off the b-pawn, undoubling white's pawns. Ooh.
Rook a1 might be something where all of a sudden the white rook uses the file before black does. Knight c2 maybe has the same idea, just trying to stop b4, but I would keep that knight close to e3. It does feel like that knight is doing an important job there, covering some of the business squares on the king side. So how does black improve? That is the question.
Well, right now, Hikaru had to keep his d-pawn intact by shifting his rook over to d8. How many rook maneuvers have we had in this game? And a big question for Maxime, do you want to trade knights? I vote yes, because once the knights disappear, those pawns might be targeted by white's queen. But he takes a different route. We might get a repetition of moves here. That's not out of the question either.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the knight trade because it wasn't on my radar at all. Simply because I thought that after the exchange, it's still kind of hard to break through. But yeah, that knight trade does favor white. It definitely favors white because then you might have breakthroughs with e5. And if you take with the g-pawn, then the h4 pawn was weak.
Exactly, and the proof is in the pudding. Hikaru drops his knight back to g6. He might move it forward again to f4, although not anymore. Man, so many maneuvers. I feel like the floodgates are going to open at some point. The clocks continue to dwindle, more so for Maxime. At some point, we might get action either with... Okay, there's our action. Just as I'm talking about it. What a move! What a move! What is the idea? What is the idea? I don't get it.
Is it... No, I don't...
What? Knight f2, knight g4 is possible. I mean, I think MVL should just keep playing down a pawn, but he clearly blundered something.
I think the argument, if I can make in one, is that now the knight on g6 is actually not a great piece anymore, at least for the time being. You take away the f4 square from the knight, and so you free yourself just a little bit. And I think that's why, black doesn't have a winning position.
So it's a positional sacrifice. And now there's a tactical sacrifice in the air with knight takes e5. That's what Hikaru was defending against. He has to keep his knight pegged to g6. It's tied down to h4. Kasa, you're right. It was a positional sacrifice, but watch out for d5.
And it's a hilariously strange equilibrium, to be honest. I still would probably prefer black if I was playing this over the board. And here we go, D5. The floodgates are about to open.
And they open, and it is not good news for Maxime. Under 30 seconds, can he keep control over the game? I don't think he can.
Not trade those queens.
But what do you do? E4 is now hanging, and the D7 rook is defended enough times. I feel
I
like
would go
White's
queen
going
F2.
down.
I would have gone queen F2, honestly, and then rook E2 and just played that position.
Instead, he releases the tension. Can Hikaru take back with the rook and start taking pieces off the board? He is up a pawn here, so any knight endgame is going to be lost for White.
Yeah, I would definitely trade queens. No, wow, he did. He actually took on D5 first. This gives MVL some chances still to hold, I think.
Absolutely chances to hold. Black's pawns are still weak. Black's king is still weak. Rook A1, Rook A7, and it's a 3-result game. But he allowed E4.
Queen C2 allows E4. Oh, man, you can't have that. Now the floodgates will open with F3.
F3 check, and the king is driven back into the corner, and, the queen infiltrates.
Queen G3. Oh, no. This
no.
This is, this is problematic.
It's over. Just like that. MVL had a shot. He loses the knight. He loses the game. And what a big win for Hikaru Nakamura to conclude the 3-minute portion. He's not happy, but I think he's happy on the inside that he's not facing a 3-game deficit right now.
No question about it. He knows he just got away with one a little bit. And we are basically in, I think, an ideal scenario as viewers for this match. We essentially have a situation where Naka is trailing and has to really be at his best in the bullet segment. That's going to be awesome.
If you told Maxime that you would have a 1-point lead going into the bullet, I mean, he would accept that offer without a second thought. Of course, that final game, it was infuriating, but the fact remains, let's not miss the forest for the trees. It's an excellent hour of 3+1. MVL wins it by 2. He erases the 1-point deficit that he started with and now has a 1-point advantage. Folks, we have 30 minutes of incredible bullet action to go. Casa, as you said, we cannot ask for a better finale to the semifinal.
No question about it. Lace me up, coach. I'm ready to get back in the game, ready to watch. This is going to be awesome.
My God. Well, we will go on a break, but before we do that, we wanted to remind you and take a moment to thank AG1, a new partner of the SCC. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions, from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use !AG1 in the chat. We thank AG1 for sponsoring the SCC, and we will give the players a chance to drink their AG1 as they prepare for the most important 30 minutes of their SCC seasons. Folks, you are watching Hikaru Nakamura taking on MVL to determine who faces Magnus Carlsen, and we will be back with the finale of this fascinating match in just a couple of moments.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Kiri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And with knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. AB and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to one square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Hikaru Nakamura has blown through his opposition at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, but now he faces his most difficult challenge yet. He trails this semifinal match against Maxim Vachilagrov with a score of 8.5, 9.5, going into our final segment, the 30 minutes of 1+1. Now, of course, as Hikaru himself has pointed out, As we know statistically, Hikaru has built the biggest leads and extended his leads consistently in the bullet segment. From a number standpoint, it is Hikaru's strongest time control. Look at his bullet chess championship numbers. Casa, these are incredible scores. I'm having a hard time reading that third name, but I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time control where Hikaru typically flexes, and he's going to have to flex in this match because he's trailing. And in fact, he has trailed going into the bullet before and actually won both times. So this is not unfamiliar territory for him, but he's going to really have to dig deep and pull something out today because MVL is playing very well.
But man, that last game of the 3-minute portion, so big. We should point out that that 1 second increment makes this a very distinct time control from 1+0. And oftentimes, Casa, paradoxically, players actually over-adjust. We see them playing too quickly to start the bullet segment. 1 minute with a 1 second increment is actually a pretty generous time control. You can sometimes take 20, 30 seconds on a single move. And I think it's going to be very important for Maxime not to overdo it.
Yeah, and I think another dynamic too is MVL has shown himself to be quite legitimate, especially in these time scrambles, but it's usually when he has a little bit of an edge. So I like him still to maintain that time advantage when he gets down under 10 seconds because Hikaru throws out so many tricks, so many potential ways to go wrong, and I think that's actually how MVL has given up some points.
Okay, here we go, guys. Seatbelts fastened. 30 minutes of bullet to determine who faces Magnus Carlsen in the finals. Will MVL complete his incredible run at the SCC? The first game features a anti-Sicilian, another Rosalimo type structure. We've had quite a few positions, Casa, where Hikaru has targeted, actually where both players have targeted this weak D5 square.
Yeah, it's not all about the Benjamins. It's all about the D5 square, and that's what we're going to see here again. This knight went on a tour de France to get to that E3 square, and it's to essentially buttress the control of that square and that other knight on D5. So, wow, bishop E5.
Whoa.
That is a tricky one. And then the knight will eventually dart back. That is not something you see every day.
Hikaru going for checkmate with the knight on F5, but his knights could get tangled in the mass of pieces and pawns. Knight E8 is the very heads-up defensive move, and Hikaru said, never mind, let me dial it back. All right, peace,
Yeah.
suing for peace. MVL is suing for war on the king side.
And here we go. The position's about to open up, and I think it will actually slightly favor black, who's a little bit ahead in development. If that knight on E8 moves, the rooks are connected. Oh, no.
Terrible move.
F5.
And he's allowed a completely positive transformation. Look at how weak that F6 pawn is. Queen H4, Knight G4.
Queen H4, Knight G4.
That was shocking.
And that's bullet, so there's still plenty of game. But yeah, F6 is chronically weak.
And MVL just forgot to take on E4. He allowed Hikaru to lock up the king side. Now a big moment. Rook F2, such a careful move, preventing the bishop from dropping into E2. And now an all-out assault on the D pawn, on the F pawn. MVL has to play perfectly to keep himself in the game.
And we're probably going to see some type of rook E3 dynamic, if I had to guess. But knight H6 is also an idea. All right, the rook lift another way with rook F3.
Maxime trying to engineer some counterplay on the queen side. He's doing his best, but he's too slow. Oh, man, knight takes C5. Goodbye. Knight G6. Ugh.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in ruin here, and yeah, this queen is in peril.
Oh, by the way, you could have taken the bishop. Hikaru finding a different path. This is going to be resign time.
Rook
E7, and it's over.
Knight F6.
Bishop G7, mate.
And Bob's your uncle. That is enough.
Exactly. And that was a concerning game for Maxime. He mixed up the move order there in the middle game. You can't do that against Nakamura. He will punish you every time. Folks, it's 0-0 with 27 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and here we go. A4, stop B5. We have, again, this kind of closed structure. F5 is the break that black will try to organize. White will be is kind of doing a good job of holding off thus far. H3, covering G4. So far, so good.
And unlike the previous game, it's a lot harder for black to actually achieve F7, F5. The bishop on D3, the knight on G3, and the queen all combining to prevent it. MVL beats Hikaru to the punch. Both players over a minute on their clocks. But this, a much more positive transformation of the position than the first time. they reach this structure.
Yeah, and blockading the e5 square seems very unrealistic now. If white could have lifted that e5 bishop with something like knight f3, it's going to be problematic. So white is definitely the better side here.
I like f6 though. Hikaru now trades on f4, making it very difficult for Maxime to smash through in the center with e5. Now in some situations, white could even sack with e5 and then put a knight on e4, but that's very hard to calculate out in a bullet game. I would start playing on the queen side maybe with b4. Try to induce more weaknesses.
Yeah, I was thinking a5 was the idea with queen d2, but maybe that allows b5, so this is maybe more prudent.
That e4 pawn was hanging briefly.
Indeed it was, and just in the nick of time it was missed. So here we go, a5, breaking up the queenside structure.
Great call, Casa, and I think b4 is coming next. It's not far behind. Whoa, this has to be losing. At knight f3 instantly.
Knight f3, clutch, very clutch.
Oh my gosh, knight e6, wrong move order. He should have taken the knight first. He should have taken the knight first and then played knight e6. Now he just gives up another pawn. Knight d2.
And this is a bit too much. Yeah, knight d2. Maybe bring the queen back. Bring the queen back. No, you can't allow this knight to be kicked.
This is what I'm talking about, Casa. He had 46 seconds. He played way too quickly and made a very committal decision without thinking it through. And now he is paying the price. Hikaru's pawns running up the board with furious effect. Here comes the knight. Everything unfurls. And Hikaru will take the second game as well.
Yeah, and this armada of pawns is going to be a bit too much to blockade. This knight on g1 is so poor.
Okay, still trying as MVL, still poking and prodding, and a check on b2, and Hikaru maneuvers his queen deftly back to e5, and these pawns are going to decide the game.
Savvy, just recognizing that when the queens come off the board, it's going to be hard to navigate. So you can't take just yet, but there's the consolidation is happening.
Rook takes d3 there was a big miss. MVL could have given himself a chance, but he's lost hope. He's lost hope. He's resigned the game.
Knight c2 and e3.
And now he's literally resigned.
And just like that, Nakamura has totally erased any deficit. And is he in the lead? I believe he is. A point up, just like that.
He's a point up, and what's even more concerning, the way that Maxime is losing these games. The first game, he makes a sloppy move, mixes up the move order. Second game, he plays too quickly, again mixes up the move order. And in that second game, he got everything that he wanted out of the opening. Once Hikaru starts feeling confident, he starts running away with the match. So MVL, I would go so far as to say, Casa, that this is almost a must-win game for Maxime. He has to stem the bleeding before it gets out of control.
I do not like this king on h7. It looks a little suspect to me, just with the pawn, the bishop on c2 bearing down on it. And so I would like to solve that expeditiously. Maybe something like queen f6, king h8. Hold on. What is going on here?
Well, let me disabuse you of the notion that there is any way to attack the king on h7. Maybe there is. Is there knight takes c5 here? I think there might have been. Rook takes b7.
H6.
Rook takes b7 and queen takes h6. And you called
my goodness.
And another blunder for Maxime.
Look, it's a lot easier for us to basically be armchair generals here. It is so hard to read and react with this speed. So I empathize completely.
When you're playing Hikaru, nothing describes that experience quite like sitting in front of him virtually and playing a game. The speed with which he poses threat after threat after threat, he overwhelms you with his whole board awareness. And look at what he's doing. Knight h2, kingside move, c4 in the center, on the queen side, laterally, diagonally, vertically. It's crazy. Knight g4.
And at some point, queen takes h6 is going to be annoying. So knight g4 is more precise now, but queen takes h6 has been available for a minute.
And queen takes g6 will lead to resignation. And there's a 2-point lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Oof.
This is what he does. This is Hikaru Nakamura in a nutshell. And this ultimately, Casa, apart from all the other reasons, is why he's almost impossible to face in the SCC. Because the match can go perfectly. You can be up 3 points, and it doesn't frickin' matter. He's going to come back in the bullet, inevitably.
And MVL really needs to stem the tide right now. He needs to get on the board in this segment. And it's going to come down to reading and reacting a little bit better than he has right now. He's trying to trade on e5 and get a position that's a little bit more stable, so there's no type of kingside attack. But I don't believe you're gonna flex your muscles in these types of symmetrical positions. Whoa! He missed rook d2.
I'm gonna show this really, really quickly. Rook takes d2 would have won the game on the spot. It would have garnered 2 pieces for a rook, and then bishop takes c4. This is a classic, and Hikaru wasn't even thinking about it. Rook takes d2. You can take with the bishop. You can take with the queen. Big miss there. That would have given him a 3-point lead. We go back to the live position. And this is looking pretty good for Maxime, who's generating some queenside play here. But look at Hikaru. Look at what he's doing. The King's Indian style attack will strike again.
I would go rook d1, trade some more pieces, and basically dim any attacking chances that Naka has. I would, go c5 now and
a5.
And then a5 and try to break through. Although g4, g3 is happening very quickly.
And
c6.
Oh, trade the rooks maybe.
Yeah, I would trade the heavy pieces, all of them, and you're going to have great chances on the queen side in the long term.
And in the long term, Casa, to second your point, you could have later on some sort of, bishop sack on b6. That c6 pawn
100%.
could be transformed into a passer. But for all of that to happen, you have to not allow g3.
And he's allowed it. And now queen h6 is going to be an issue. Although you have ideas still to trade the queen, and that is going to be your salvation here. I think you can try to press this one for a little while if you're smart.
Yeah, you need to get your king to d3, your knight to c4. I think Hikaru is just holding the fort, though. I think this is a fortress, and this will take some more time off the match clock, but at least Maxime is likely to get on the board. At least he's likely to get at least half a point.
I think this is a tough one to defend still. This knight can redeploy to d5, maybe start to chisel away. There will be a5 as well. It still requires some work.
But careful there. That knight can get to h4 before you know it. I've lost so many of these endgames to Hikaru where you're sure it's a 2-result game, and then his knight appears up your grill, and you're like,
oh my goodness.
I found a way to lose.
It's crazy that the knights kind of counterbalance each other themselves, right, with this pressure on g2 and a7. My goodness.
You're right, though, Kosik. Maxime is trying. Maxime is trying, but he doesn't have inroads. Knight takes f3 there was threatened. It's a draw. It's a fortress.
You've convinced me. The knight on f7, the black knight constantly counterbalances white's own counterplay with these sacrifices. So, yeah, this is a fortress. And the question for me is, how long will Naka want to play this out?
He's still at 45 seconds, so hypothetically he could bleed out, another 90 seconds, 2 minutes. We're not at the stage in the match. Knight takes c5.
Knight takes c5. Knight takes c5. He missed it. And bishop c3 check.
And you have no chances. If you miss these tactics with 15 seconds left, you don't have a single chance. We see the eval bar rising. It's so much easier for us. He missed an easy tactic. But nobody's tapping Maxime on the shoulder and saying, listen, Hikaru just blundered. Knight takes bishop d6. Is that a move? Is bishop d6 a move? It is.
And then he finds it. He finds it.
He finds the impossible move and missed the easy one. And I think he might be winning.
And knight takes b6 and knight d5 after bishop d8 is just curtains.
b6, c7.
And bishop d8, knight d5. Bishop d8's the only move, and then these pawns will escalate up the board like an escalator. It is it.
Not yet, though, because the knight is heading back to e6. He pushed the wrong pawn.
No,
he pushed
b6.
the wrong pawn. He had to go b6, and the c pawn would have promoted.
And now the problem is this king on e2 is going to be tethered to knight sacrifices, so you can't actually support the b pawn.
King d3, knight takes f3, wins for black. Maybe b6, but Maxime has to be careful at this point. Oh my gosh, knight f7 at the right moment.
I would not have even gone for this transformation, frankly. I think this one is definitely more favorable to black.
And it's going to take more time off the match clock. Maxime is trying to make territorial gains on the queen side. Can he go king d5
King d5,
there?
king d5, king d5. That was the move. He had to use opposition and just sack the knight and get those 3 pawns. That would have been definitely worth it.
And now more time is disappearing off the match clock. I think Hikaru is almost flirting with...
And opposition is going to be tragic here. This king is more active. The knight is more active. This is very dangerous.
How are we even talking about black making gains here? This is getting scarier and scarier.
93.
He's getting his king.
It's triangulation now. The king would mosey in king c4.
No, Casa, the king king needed to get to g5. The king could have gotten by force to g5, and the white king can't cross the Rubicon. Hikaru misses an opportunity there. Still some chances for black, though.
My goodness.
What is this game? And it's still going. It's still going.
All right. I don't love that knight on h5. My goodness. All right, now we're gonna sack the knight for the 2 pawns if allowed. But king g2, knight h4, and then king h3, knight takes g3.
Knight g5, and you're hanging on by the skin of your teeth. This would have been an even bigger disaster if Maxime had lost it. What on earth did we just see? And it's still, I mean, Hikaru is still trying.
Knight f6. Okay, you can do it that way.
116 moves and counting. And now the bleeding begins.
Yeah. He's the furling and unfurling of hands, the understanding that every second counts now with the 2-point lead. That's what's happening right now.
The record for the longest SCC game was set in the previous match we covered together, Casa, between Hikaru and Fabi, over 200 moves. So this one didn't come close. But for a bullet game, boy, did that take a while. Still a 2-point deficit for Maxime, but he's missing too many tactical opportunities, I think, to have a realistic shot right now.
And I'm actually really surprised that we're getting a Caro here, because it's not MVL's wheelhouse per se. But okay, he has a very reasonable position thus far.
Careful there. That rook on e1 was under fire. And looks pleasant for Hikaru to start off the game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the rooks are connected. We know about that. Maybe queen f3, getting out of any pins.
Obviously, bishop g5. Oh, no, and it's starting to... The wheels are starting to come off here, I think, for Maxime.
Yeah,
D5
queen h4
even
is an idea. D5 is an idea. Rook lifts are now on the offing. Rook e3 is very scary looking. Ooh, d5.
You can't give this to Hikaru. Bishop d5, bishop e7, and knight g6 is going to pick up the queen. And more brilliant tactics for Nakamura.
Oof, and now...
Take it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes e7, and then, yeah, you win material.
And it's not just about what he's playing, Casa. It's when he's pausing. He senses that this is a critical moment. He takes the time, and he calculates this perfectly. Exquisite tactical play. And I don't think Black can hold the draw here in a bullet game.
Yeah, the problem is basically the queenside pawns. If the queenside pawns were somehow off the board, you could say there'd be some fortress potential, but those queenside pawns, you see rook b8 curling into a ball, they're going to be so difficult to defend, and that's going to basically decide the game.
Well said. It's not the material advantage per se, it's the fact that the queen is better in this type of situation with pawns on both sides. But the Caro-Kan, Casa, in a blitz game, you can play unfamiliar openings and you have time to improvise. My theory is that in bullet, you always should stick to what you know best. I vote Sicilian is a better choice for Maxime, and I think this game proved it.
Yeah, this position very quickly became the Carol can't. So hopefully we won't see that in future games, because the clock is dwindling quickly, and we're going to get under 10 minutes very soon.
Still some chances here for Maxime, and Hikaru dropped his rook back. He got cold feet. I thought that he should have gone rook g5 and f5. Now, I think MVL has achieved a fortress.
Yeah, this is the best possible version. The pawns fixed on f4 and h4, just allowing the bishop to have great comfort. Why is Black pushing all these pawns still? I'm a little confused. Okay, basically, it seemed to work out, but I was worried the b5 pawn would be picked off.
It is going to be picked off, and that was a completely inexplicable decision for Maxime. No, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave your pawns where they are. Luckily for him, he has the heads-up decision to get his bishop to b3, but look at what's happening now. His king is going to get opened up.
Tough decision. Yeah,
so
tough
hard
decision.
to defend.
How do you deal with this? Yeah. All right, I think as long as the white king can't cross the Rubicon, it's going to be fine. But there's going to be a lot of clock wasting here, and that's going to be the most important factor rather than even the game result.
Be still, my beating heart. g5, king g6. What a defensive idea for Maxime. And don't laugh, Casa. If Hikaru gets a little bit too cute and he loses both of his kingside pawns, Black is going to be playing for the win. White is going for checkmate, but once the f pawn is picked off, oh, he blundered the h pawn.
And it's still going to be, I think it's still going to have great chances to hold, just because the white king is going to be hard to get involved, but it's not an easy hold. And okay, the king is moseying up to h4. I do not think you could just sit on the... Yeah, I do not think you could sit with the rook on the 6th rank and hold this.
And bishop d1 there, he had a chance to pick off the h-pawn briefly. I think he's just moving back and forth, and I don't see a way for white to force Zugzwang. Hikaru trying to milk all the clock right now.
Maybe queen b8, queen f8 at the right moment.
Aha.
Just to stop the king g7 idea.
God, another marathon game. This match is just the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, this queen, I think if it gets to f8, is going to be very, very annoying to deal with.
Oh my gosh. Okay, still trying. Hikaru trying to find the right arrangement of the king and the queen, but the black rook has too many squares. There's h6, but that doesn't really help. Now h6 falls.
All right, and now you just want to get to the next game because there's no real winning chances here if you're black, but Naka's going to just have his fun and take off as much game clock as possible.
And listen, Hikaru knew that he was going to lose the h-pawn when he pushed h6. That was not a winning attempt. That was a move to prolong the game, and we're at 100 moves again. We'll check this, but I think this is the first time in SCC history that we've had 2 consecutive 100-plus move games, and we're nowhere near the game finishing. It's 107 moves. We might go all the way to the 50-move roll.
Yeah, and it's funny because, again, we were commentating a match together last week where Naka actually broke the record for longest SCC match with, I think, 204 moves, if I'm not mistaken.
Incredible. We're at 120, and obviously the players are just shuffling back and forth. Black could send the f-pawn up the board, but white always has perpetual in his pocket. I feel like we just started the bullet segment, and we've already gone through 20 minutes. With only 10 minutes remaining, the margin now becomes thinner and thinner. MVL has to win the next game.
And just to be clear, MVL's not going to push the f-pawn because it means a prolonging of the match. There's no real winning chances. Smartly cutting off the king here on e6 as well. You do not want to allow the king to even get close to sniffing the f8 square. So that's what's going on here.
And this is the meta game that is played by Hikaru. We're at 136 moves. He probably counted how many moves he needed to reach the 50 move roll. I think they're at that point, and now he's going to bleed the rest of his clock down. They're somehow under 10 minutes. There we are, 137 moves, and still a 2-point lead. This is the biggest game of the match for Maxime, needless to say.
No question about it. And I think he's going long because he realizes he needs to win.
And Hikaru, he loves this opening across all time controls. He's very, very good at the ideas here. And I already don't like the way this is going for Maxime. I don't like what he's doing. Hikaru with a very compact position.
A4.
Oh, no, this is MVL playing very poorly this game. Knight B6 and Bishop A6, and he's dropping everything.
Too many targets, yeah. D5, E2 is hanging. Oof, E3 is loose.
Too fast?
Everything... You made this observation, and it's been so true throughout, actually. And again, it's just a testament to your bullet experience that you do not need to go 100 miles per hour the first 20 moves.
It's just that as MVL gives up the exchange, he's going 300 miles per hour. And it's so hard because these players are so experienced at 1+0. It's easy to underestimate how much the increment changes the tenor of the game. And it changes it tremendously because you can't just play on the clock anymore. Even with a single second on the clock, Hikaru is going to win the game if he's got a winning position. What's infuriating here, Casa, is that white cannot move the knight because of the lateral pin against the bishop. Hikaru brings his queen back, and this might be the match. Unless MVL wins the next 3.
And it's crazy, too, because when f5 did come on the board for white, you felt like there was a whisker of counterplay, and you know, Naka basically put on the fire extinguisher with the quickness. I mean, it was like so quickly. I mean, everything just got doused, and it's a 3-point lead.
Heads up move by MVL to resign. He had to do that. This is where we need to remind you folks that if the game begins and there's even a single second left on the match clock, that game counts for the score. But in order for us to even cross that bridge, first of all, Maxime has to win 2 games.
Yeah, and the moment is now. And again, black is, Naka's carving out more real estate with his pawns. He has a bit of a space advantage, and I don't see a ton of problems for black right now.
And again, he's rushing the opening, and again, he gave up the b5 pawn.
King a7.
Okay, still a good position for Hikaru. Even though he had a free pawn he could have grabbed. Look at black's king, look at black's h-pawn. In a bullet game, this is a very hard position to play. I would try to get the queens off the board here at all costs.
Yeah, 100%. That's okay. Knight f5 is now a massive threat. Queen f3 or queen f3 or queen g5.
Actually, queen g5, king f8, and once black gets his king to safety, the position might start turning around.
Yeah, this knight h4 is a little bit out of pocket there, but yeah, now it's corrected and yeah, going up here. Queen d8.
Oh my God, what a throw.
That might have been the match right there.
It's like there was nothing to worry about in the first place. That's the sense you get from Hikaru. It's like this was all planned out to raise the intrigue and then bring the hammer down when push came to shove.
Man, it's amazing because, again, MVL has played a little bit too fast in this time control. It's insane to say that because it's 1+1, but it feels like he's just played too quickly.
And none of these criticisms are in any way meant to suggest that MVL hasn't played an incredible match, which he has, an incredible match, an incredible run. You know, Hikaru's bullet speaks for itself, but our job as commentators is still to diagnose the reasons behind the loss. That isn't Hikaru being Hikaru. And I think the biggest reason for MVL's bullet misfortune isn't his lack of bullet skill. It is precisely that the first 15, 20 moves of every game have been significantly rushed. He's getting off on the wrong foot, and Hikaru is steering the game into territory where he's just a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and it honestly begs the question for me, if you could take timeouts, would it make a difference? If he had like a coach's corner and could essentially get that problem diagnosed, would the adjustment have made a major difference? Tough to say, but yeah, it's hard to imagine, even if MVL wins the rest of the games, that you're going to have four actually full games to play.
Yeah, and this one is going to drag on for a long time. Hikaru isn't worse here with that monster knight on e5. Maxime hoping against hope now to create chances, but I think he's merely throwing oil onto the fire. Now he's losing this game as well. AB. Oh, God. Another one in the can.
Also does the trick, and basically all of Black's pieces are better than the white counterparts. So that knight on e5 was just a total octopus knight, and all the pawns are on white pawns are on light squares. Where white has a light squared bishop, so the coordination isn't there. And yeah, the knight could be picked up and put on c6. Slightly different story.
You don't know that rule where you can make one illegal move per game?
There are some parks in New York City where you might get away with that, but
very good.
Not in the SCC.
Listen, you look at the score after Hikaru picks up this game, and it's 15.5, 10.5, and you say, yeah, that's kind of what I expected. It's kind of a smooth win for the favorite, and you have no idea that MVL has been leading for most of the match, could have been up by 3 going into the bullet, and Hikaru erasing a deficit that seems like it was in another universe. It seems like this was honestly preordained.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. I mean, that's also kind of the thing. We saw it yesterday with Magnus and Wesley. There is a tilt dynamic, and again, you need to pick up wins. So it actually increases the likelihood that it gives your opponent even more leeway to pick them up themselves. So that's part of the problem.
But this is what's amazing about the SCC. It's a bullet there's 30 minutes of bullet and 90 minutes of 5+1 as Hikaru sacrifices the rook back. Not sure what motivated that decision. Oh, rook c4. He's going to pick up a4, and he's going to take more time off the match clock. But the 30 minutes of bullet are always a chance to come back. Go ahead, Casa.
Danya, the reason it was not actually totally lost was there was f takes e3, rook f1, rook f5 mate. That was why f takes e3 was so important, I think.
And it's a complete blowout in the bullet. MVL hasn't won a single game. He barely eked out one draw. It's 7-1. 7-1 in the bullet.
Yeah, and again, if MVL wasn't trailing, the score wouldn't basically be this lopsided. I would contend, I'd say that his need to win is something that Naka could truly take advantage of in a way that is just a little abusive. It feels that way because you basically have to keep playing and try to win these games, and sometimes when you're trying to win unwinnable situations, it just cascades.
And an incredible run by MVL this year in the SCC. He can hang his hat on competing on equal terms, on better terms with Hikaru in the first 2 segments. But at the end of the day, Hikaru's incredibly well-rounded skill set, the fact that he plays equally well across all 3 time controls, maybe even better as the match progresses, that is the decisive factor. And that is why Magnus Carlsen is the only person in the universe with a similar skill set who can compete with Hikaru in the SCC, and they will do so in the SCC final. H5, by the way, would have won the game, Casa, because knight e3 ran into a fork, but it's a completely moot point at this point.
Yeah, and there are sometimes moral victories, so I would like to see MVL not stay on 10.5 for the remainder of the match, but this H-pawn is moseying up the board, softening up that king side. How many games have we seen H6 played, honestly? I mean, it feels like it happens over and over again, and the practical chances are just massive every time.
And we might also get a smothered mate there. Rook G8 was threatened. Now Rook takes E8. And is there some sort of... Are there shenanigans with the knight getting from F7 to E5? I think there might be. I would trade those rooks. And with a minute left on the match clock, it's official. It's over. And Hikaru, oh, what a move. You can't take the rook.
Yeah, Queen C1, King H2, Knight F7.
Whoa. Brilliant. Oh, Rook F8, Queen takes F8.
Yeah. Playing for the crowd. And Nakamura just on camera is like, oh, man, he didn't go for it. He's just disappointed.
Again, Rook F8, Queen takes F8. This time with a different mate on F7. Rook E6, Queen F8. Rook E6, Queen F8 is even more beautiful. Now it's a threat. And he can do it! Queen F8!
Queen F8, Queen F8, Queen F8! He sees it! Knight F7!
And MVL applauding. He applauds. And what else can you do, Casa, but applaud?
Yeah, that golf clap was merited. We all could applaud at home as well. That was nice.
It's 8-1.
This is probably the last game of the bullet segment, but wow, just incredible. Queen F8 move to nearly finish things.
I can't believe that it's a 6-point match, and if Hikaru wins this final game, he will have won by 7 points. That's blowout territory, and he was down going into the bullet.
Yeah, again, it's truly amazing how quickly things can change, and I'm just reminded time and time again that this is really hard. and holding a lead against someone of the caliber of Nakamura is just really difficult, and momentum plays such a big role. So you have to catch up to speed, get used to the new terms and conditions faster, and unfortunately MVL did not read those terms and conditions.
He did not, and I've played Hikaru thousands of times in the blitz time control, and I've played him in classical. You feel his strength, but then when you face him in the bullet, as I've experienced in the last few bullet brawls, it's like a cannonball. The speed, the accuracy, as I said, the just constant threats that he makes on all sides of the board, and he might go down in this final game. It makes it so overwhelming to try to stay afloat. You start blundering, you start losing the thread, and just like that, he turns it around. MVL, though, he might score the honor goal here with an extra exchange in the final game.
Yeah, and it does, again, seem so wild for this to be, as you mentioned, almost... It feels like it was not a close match. It totally was. So I'm almost, for folks that didn't watch this one, man, they're going to have a hard time understanding and believing us when we say, well, this was not what it seemed.
I mean, it's like a 20-point basketball game, except the 20-point lead was built in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. And Hikaru Nakamura, it is official. He defeats the Frenchman with 3 names in a vintage, epic SCC match. An incredible bullet performance. And he will face, for the second year in a row, Magnus Carlsen in what has become one of the most iconic matchups in modern chess history. Casa, this is the final score. That final segment says it all.
Yeah, folks, 8-2 in the 1+1, and we now are going to be able to say we're going to get the El Clasico of Hikaru versus Magnus. Everyone wanted to see it, and we're going to see it, but the journey to get here, it cannot be overstated how close this was until the end.
What an effort by Maxime. He should hold his head up high, and he's not done. We will see him pretty soon in Division 1 of the AI Cup coming pretty soon. So he will have more games to play. Hikaru will be playing Magnus, but right now, before we get Hikaru ready for an interview, it is time for the Coinbase Savvy Move of the Day. And there were so many of them, Casa. This was a back-and-forth match. Both players had sparkling tactical moments, but ultimately we have to showcase a brilliant tactic from the winner, Hikaru Nakamura. This happened in the 3-minute portion as they were going back and forth. Hikaru developed a big attack on Black's king, and he continued that attack with Queen B5. But Casa, MVL had seen that and was relying on the defensive move bishop b6. How did Nakamura break Black's defensive cocoon?
My goodness, rook takes a7, just a bolt from the blue, essentially removing a defender in just the most gorgeous, picturesque way imaginable. And now, however you take on a7, your doom is basically impending. If you play bishop takes a7, queen takes b7 is checkmate. And if you play knight takes a7, queen takes b6 also. And the Saints come marching in, there's an attack on a7, there's still the checkmate threat. And bishop takes c5, I shouldn't be remiss to not mention that, would have left you with queen takes b7 mate in another way. So, man, they're just beautiful, beautiful display.
All three captures led to immediate victory for white, and MVL threw in the towel, one of Hikaru Nakamura's excellent wins. And that, folks, was your Coinbase savvy move of the day. Okay. Well, Hikaru playing a very savvy match and playing an incredible bullet segment. And of course, where would we be, Casa, without an interview with the winner? We will set Hikaru up for an interview. Don't go anywhere because we will hear his thoughts on this incredible Speed Chess Championship match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Folks, we'll be back with Hikaru Nakamura in the studio in just a couple of moments. Stay tuned.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The second semifinal is in the books, and we are all set up for a rematch of last year's final between Magnus Carlsen and Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who joins us in the studio. Hikaru, thank you for joining. Congratulations on the win. First question, coming into the match, were you targeting the bullet as the segment of the match where you thought that you could make the biggest gains?
Well, I mean, I think I've been saying this probably for the last 3 years, that I feel like in any match that I play in the Speed Chess Championship, if I'm not down by more than 1 or 2 games going into the bullet, I think I have great chances to win no matter what. So it's not as though I was targeting bullet, but I did have the mindset, especially after I lost the first couple of games to start the match, where I simply wanted to keep it as close as possible until we got to that portion.
Yeah, speaking of essentially turning points in the match and having that, that small deficit before the bullet, it felt like the end of the 3+1 segment, that really clutch win you had with F3 check and eventual Queen G3 infiltration in the Sicilian. Did you feel like that was a turning point in the way that we felt it as commentators?
I mean, I think that obviously in retrospect, if I lose that final game, which I think I probably should have at a couple of different moments, the whole bullet situation could have been different. I think I still would have had great chances to win even if I'd lost that final game. But certainly being down 1 going into the bullet was about as good as I could have asked for, considering what I did at the start of the 3+1. I mean, I think that in the 3+1, I started out with a nice one, I think with black, if I remember, and then I messed up the rook and knight's end game horribly to lose that rook and knight in 3 versus rook knight 3, which I never should have lost. And it kind of went downhill from there. And a lot of credit has to go to Maxime for how well he played and keeping it together. But I think certainly that final game of the 3+1, I did something really wrong in the opening. I think I played some early knight a5, and then I had to go king takes e7. And I mean that was sort of just I don't want to say a tilt game. It was just like get this portion over pretty much. And I was a little bit lucky in that game. But again, at the end of the day, I feel like going to the bullet, if I'm not down by more than 1 or 2, I always will have great chances.
Do you think it's fair to say that Maxime played too quickly in the bullet? Would you say that overcompensating for the reduced time control is a big reason why SCC participants struggle in the bullet? Is there kind of over-adjusting that tends to happen?
Well, I mean, I think Magnus said this, I don't know if he said it recently or it was in past SCCs, but I think Magnus said there's a huge difference between 1+1 and 1+0. And I think in 1+1, there's this real urge to just like move very, very quickly. I mean, I think there's some limit you have to keep yourself above, at least in the first like 10 to 15 moves. But yeah, Maxime was basically playing like straight up 1-0, and there were several games in the bullet where it just fell apart really, really quickly for him. I was also able to get a lot of sort of end games, and there were certain games, like there's this game where I got this whole king side which was closed, which went on forever, and it actually kind of reminded me a lot of a couple of the games I played against Magnus in the Bullet Chess Championship, where you're just maneuvering, and eating up a lot of clock. And so I think Maxime probably overcompensated, but once he started losing like 2-3 games, then it's very difficult because you're behind in the match. You feel like you have to win games quickly. You can't use all your time because you're losing time on the clock as well. The timer, I mean, for the match. So it's hard to judge, but I think certainly 1+1, it's not as fast as it seems, because there were a couple moments where I actually was able to stop and think for 5 to 10 seconds. But overall, it's just very difficult switching back and forth between all the different time controls.
So MVL obviously proved to be a very, very worthy opponent, particularly early on, but we now are going to have the final that the fans have essentially been clamoring for some time. Just looking forward, how do you anticipate the contours or the battle lines being drawn there? What do you think are the keys for you to be successful in that match?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that I get to play Magnus a lot. I mean, I think I'm playing him on Friday in the final, and I'm playing him on Monday in the Chess Champions Tour as well. So I'll get to play Magnus quite a bit in the next 3 days. I think looking at the match, it goes without saying that I'll have to play a lot better than I played today. I think today I started off very, very poorly in the first couple of games. Maxime was really, really sharp. So I'll have to play a lot better. If I do, I think I have chances. Obviously, I won last year. But Magnus obviously has been on a big run. So we'll kind of see how it goes. I feel like if I play to the best of my ability, I'll have great chances, especially if I can keep it close going to bullet. But again, and it's anyone's guess what will happen.
Hikaru, we know you're streaming, so we won't keep you much longer. We have 2 quick chat questions before we let you recover and rest from the match. First one from the real Urethra Franklin. Do you agree with Magnus's claim that we're just better at chess than the others, quote unquote?
Well, I mean, I think you have to put that into context. I think certainly in Bullet, it's proven to be true. You know, I think the one thing that I didn't say about the 1+1 is that probably more so than anything else, there's a certain intuition, like the moments when somehow I was able to sense when I needed to use time, the 1+1 was really, really critical today. And I think 2 or 3 of those games. And Magnus also has that ability where somehow he's able to like rein it in and he's able to think at critical moments. So I think in the 1+1, it's definitely, or 1+1 or 1+0, it's definitely true. I think as far as Blitz goes, I mean, maybe we're better on average, but I don't think the gap is that big. So I think that's slightly a little bit of an overstatement.
Yeah, here's another question from the chat for you, Hikaru. Krishna21234 is asking, did the cap make a difference in performance?
No, I don't think the cap made a difference at all. I think actually the only thing that made a little bit of a difference is like when I started out very well in 3+1, I know that there's a break every 30 minutes, but at some point I really need to use the bathroom very badly. And so I think like I played the C4, I think in the final game of that 3+1 before the break, and maybe even the game before that, where it's just like I was trying to move really, really quickly to get the games over with so I could go to the bathroom or we could get to the break at least. So that's maybe the one thing that made a difference. The cap definitely didn't, but those of you guys who are watching the streams in the early days, like late 2018 into early 2019, you probably will remember that cap because I have worn it before. So it's a hat that I thought would maybe be a little bit lucky for me. Probably didn't prove to be lucky, but I don't think it made that much of a difference. Oh, and actually, no, let me add one other point. The other thing I was going to say is, of course, the reason I wore the cap, of course, is because Magnus wore that ridiculous looking, was it a Puma cap or something the other day? So I felt like I had to do the same thing.
Fair enough.
Well, you mentioned 2018. I still remember Naka's knockouts, and the orange wall used to be a lot more barren. But how times have changed. Hikaru, we'll let you keep streaming. That was an amazing match.
I just wanted to add, like, can I just add two more things, Dania? I just want to add 2 more things. Can I add 2 more things?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I just want to add, I think when I look at the, when I look at these matches, all the matches against Magnus, of course, have been great, but I would say this match is right up there with the match against Ding Liren, of course, the epic battle I had. But there was also a match against Sergei Karyakin where I think I was down 1 game in the Bullet, maybe midway through the Bullet portion. It was also a really, really tight match. I don't even remember what year that was. But this match today was really a lot of fun. And then also the other thing I was going to say is, there's a very famous Steve Jobs quote, which is you can basically connect the dots looking backward, but you can't connect them looking forwards. And I was thinking it's kind of ironic that I think it was the 2017 Speed Chess Championship Finals held, I believe, in January of 2018. That actually, when I played Magnus in that match, I did play that basically in front of a live crowd of I think maybe like 100 people in South Africa. And it's kind of ironic in a way that was sort of a prelude to what everything would go on to become. So. I'm just thinking about all the matches against Magnus, thinking about how I actually played on a computer in front of people. It's been an amazing ride. So it's just been a lot of fun playing the SCC, and looking forward to the next match against Magnus on Friday.
Well, it's been amazing to watch you play, and it'll be an epic rematch from last year. Hikaru, have a good rest of your stream, and thanks again for joining us for the interview.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
Take care.
Well, welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Unfortunately, he was not able to maintain his lead, but it was an incredible run this year in the SCC by Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Maxime joins us in the studio. We really appreciate it. Maxime, can you take us through what went wrong in the Bullet? You were playing an incredible match. At what point did you feel like things started slipping away from you?
No, I knew I didn't have enough of a lead going into the Bullet. So, and then, of course, I could have played better in the Bullet, but of course, there was this game where I missed this with take b7. I was dominant, but this is a detail. I think I would have lost the match. Anyway, I knew I needed at least 2 points and probably at least 3 to have a real chance. So of course, the beginning of the match was exhilarating, but at the same time, after the first 45 minutes, I knew that that was taking me too much energy and that I wouldn't be able to keep it up for so long.
Maxime, first of all, thank you for just incredible match you just treated us to. It was just incredible to watch and commentate. We kind of felt like that last game, the 3+1 portion, was a huge turning point game, and there was this really interesting position where you went for f4, which we found was this incredible kind of positional pawn sacrifice where you wound up taking with I believe the g pawn, and then the knight was kind of stranded on g6. How did you rate your chances there after f4, and did you kind of feel that was a turning point in the match as well?
No, it was blunder. I simply missed that gf was possible. Because I thought it's knight f4 and then knight f4 and e5 somehow. And for some reason I forgot that the knight on g6 was protecting the pawn. Otherwise, of course, keep things slow, probably make a draw. But again, +2 in the Bullet, I don't think it would have been enough. But of course, it would have been much better than +1. I mean, this kind of crushed me. Of course, there was but you can take individual moments. Of course, the last game of the 5+1 was a crazy one to lose. But overall, I think Hikaru won it comfortably in Bullet, and I do think it deserves a win overall. That's not even a question.
Gotcha.
Maxime, how would you say this year's performance compares to previous years? You made the final in 2020. How would you rate your overall performance this year?
I think I played some good matches in 2020 as well. Of course, the one match where I beat Magnus. But I think this match against Hikaru I played similarly well as against Magnus. Of course, maybe in the 1+1 I was playing better, but at the same time, I feel like at least in Bullet, Hikaru is a very bad matchup because it does everything a bit better than me. There's not something I'm better at than him in Bullet. Normally it would be small tactics, but okay. Against Hikaru, there's no chance. Against Magnus, it's different. He can be much better in other things, but I have at least this one thing that I can use. Against Hikaru, I didn't have any answer in the Bullet section. I was very happy with how I played in the Blitz. I knew that, if I had managed to keep the level I had in the first 45 minutes, it would have been very interesting, but that was not realistic.
Well, Maxime, even though the match didn't go your way, it was fascinating to watch. You were leading throughout, and congratulations on an excellent performance this year in the SCC. And thanks for joining us. We'll let you take your well-deserved rest.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, ladies and gentlemen, he made it to the semifinals, but he was unable to supersede the big boss of them all, Casa. Nonetheless, he should hold his head up high he played an amazing match.
No question about it. This match came down to the very last segment, and yeah, as MVL said, he felt like he probably needed a little bit more of a lead going into the bullet segment to really press Naka, and that seems to be the story of the match.
And another story, the blunders, right? Single-digit blunders. I've been keeping an eye on that throughout the matches, and most of the time that one player has single-digit blunders, they end up winning the match. Hikaru played clean chess. He didn't always play the kind of chess that we're used to him playing, but at the end of the day, you have to beat him 3 times in the 5-minute portion, the 3-minute portion, and the bullet, and MVL was only able to check 2 of those boxes. Well, Casa, you know what box we are going to check? The box that says Hikaru versus Carlsen match, please. And we're going to be checking that box on Friday. Let's look at the bracket.
Wow, we had quite the journey, didn't we? We had Naka essentially take down Yu Yangi, Caruana, MVL, and now as I'm calling the El Clasico, Nakamura Carlsen. Just we're getting the final that everyone clamored for, and it's going to be so fun.
Mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. New York time, 11 a.m. in San Francisco, and 8 p.m. over in Central European Standard Time. Hikaru Nakamura will take on Magnus Carlsen in a rematch from last year's SCC final. This will be unmissable action. We anticipate it to be one of the most viewed chess events of the year, maybe of all time, and for very good reason. Who can miss a matchup of these two players, Casa, especially when they're in incredible form? And both of these players have demonstrated amazing form in this year's SCC.
It's appointment viewing. I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's appointment viewing, and we basically were treated to 2 really masterful bullet segments between yesterday with Magnus and today with Hikaru. And these guys are the fastest players. They are also the best players. And yeah, it's just going to be such a treat, and I have no idea which way it's going to go.
Neither do I, and neither does anybody. And folks, unfortunately, the time has come for us to wrap up the semifinals of the SCC. But once again, the best part is yet to come on Friday. I'm going to pass it off to you, Costa, one more time for your final thoughts. But before I do, we wanted to make a little bit of a PSA to all chess clubs. You are eligible to participate in Judith Polgar's #ChessConnectsUs Championship. Clubs from all over the world are invited to nominate 4 players to compete in the online event on October 14th. For the chance to win prizes from chess.com, Chessable, and Judith Polgar herself. Join us in celebrating the game that connects us all. Use !ChessConnects, that's !ChessConnects in chat to learn more. And on that note, Casa, I'll wrap up the show, but back to you one more time for your concluding thoughts on this epic display of bullet chess from Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to thank you, Danya, for being just an excellent partner here in the commentary booth today. It was so much fun. Secondly, our viewers, always a pleasure to have you with us. And last but not least, it's really a beautiful thing when we have the best players in the world competing against one another in, a diverse set of formats. And that's what we have in the SCC. And that's basically what we're going to have on Friday. So really stay tuned to that match. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the whole chess world will be watching.
Casa, it was likewise a great pleasure to commentate this match with you and to have courtside seats to some of the best action that we can find on the internet. Folks, we thank everybody in the chat on Twitch and YouTube, all 15,000 plus of you and our amazing team of producers working behind the scenes, particularly Hala, for making our job much easier. Folks, you were watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's Carlsen versus Nakamura in the finals, Friday at 2 p.m. And for now, we bid you a very pleasant rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you on Friday for the SCC finals. Goodbye.